Hey everybody, it's Saturday, it's the weekend, it is time to talk Wheel of Time, episode 5 this week. We're going to have some fun. I got people coming and going like last week, and someone new this week. Hasn't been here for a while, actually. So please welcome to the party, Joe from Tel'aran'rhoid.
Hey, Rob, how's it going?
Good, man. All the better for seeing your face.
Oh, thank you, Rob. Glad
It's been a
glad you invited me.
Yeah, it's been a while since we hung out on a live stream, and it's good to have you here. So
I think it was Trailer Gaiden, I think, was the last time I was here. Or Teaser Gaiden? I can't remember. It was one of those.
one of the guidance, I think teaser
Yeah.
guide, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I know, but yeah, it's been a while. So it's good to have you here.
Yeah.
How
I've
are
got all
you?
this I've got all this fresh in my head. We just recorded a podcast yesterday, so I talked about this for over 2 hours yesterday. So it's all
Perfect.
fresh.
I spent 2 hours talking about this earlier today. With Megan, well, actually about 2.5 hours. We sat down to record at 11 a.m. and it's like we were still recording at 1:15. So I was like, what? This is cute. Thank you, Craig. Long time listening to both you guys. Great breakdowns of the show. Thank you. I often think that I get quite chaotic with the breakdowns. So it's nice to hear that I'm still getting it right. Let's put up at least one person thinks I'm getting it right. We'll put up a spoiler banner because we are going to be full spoilers here. So, and yeah, we're just going to have some fun and talk Wheel of Time. So, what do you want to kick it off anywhere particular, Joe, or just want to? Should we talk about like high level what we thought of the episode in general? Because it followed a big episode 4 was a big episode for us book fans. So I don't know how you feel about this compared, like following from episode 4.
I'll tell you my initial. So I watched the episode twice. I watched it on Thursday night with my wife on my TV, and all I could think of, this is dark and I can't see anything. Then I watched it on my computer yesterday, and it was much better. I could see much more. So my initial reaction was, this episode's too dark. I can't see anything, and it was distracting me so much that I was getting frustrated, and it was taking me out of the episode. But then after the rewatch, and even stranger, after talking about it yesterday for like 2+ hours, I enjoyed the episode more. It was a really fun episode to talk about. So I think we're gonna have a good time today.
Yeah, it was very dark, but we did so much. I had a lot of people talking about like, we were here, and then we were there, and then we're here, and then we're there, and then we're this people and that people. And it was just like, I suppose following on for an episode where we spent probably 70% of the time with Rand, and then like a little bit with a few other people, and maybe like 20% with Moiraine. It was probably unusual to go to an episode where it's just like constantly changing who's being on screen and where we are in the world and what's happening and who they're interacting with. So it was, it was quite a change. But I mean, I love this episode personally, but it was very, very dark. You are right about that. I actually watch it because I record my reactions. I actually watch it for the first time on my computer, and then I go downstairs, make breakfast, because obviously it's early in the morning for me. Wait, do you stay up with your partner and actually watch it? No, you get up.
No, we watch it Thursday night. I can't. This is like a nightmare for me, this schedule, because I have to stay off social media the entire day. So because I'm not waking up at 3 a.m. to watch this. And so I wait till I get home, and I watch it with my wife, like whenever we get to it after dinner or whatever. And then of course my kids are awake, so they're coming in and interrupting, and maybe that was adding to it too. But yeah, I have to keep off social media the whole day until I watch it, because I don't want to be spoiled. I hate this start time. Put it back to what it was for season 1 and season 2, please.
It's been an interesting choice. I mean, they're doing this for like all their shows now. Doesn't Reach It drop at the same time, or has been?
I think all their shows. Yeah, Rings of Power, I think, did the same thing too. Season 2, at least. I think it's their new thing. Maybe they'll change that with they'll change in leadership over there.
Yeah, they have had that change, haven't they? So, is it Julie Sauk?
Jennifer
Sauk, that was it. Yeah. She's left, and then Didn't someone else go? And because they've merged with, is it MGM?
Yeah, they bought MGM like earlier. I don't know if it was this year or later last year, but they bought MGM. But they're not replacing her. I think they just got her out, and they have two different, like somebody who's oversees TV and somebody who oversees movies. I think, and she was probably doing both of them. So I think they're just going to keep those two people who are separate. I don't know. I think they left it open. I was reading the article on Deadline, and I don't think they were certain of how they were going to structure it. But I think they're pretty sure they're not replacing her.
Yeah,
save money over there.
I agree. I had the name somewhere. 1 second.
I think the Mike something is the head. I can't remember his name now. And then
yeah, so Jen's apparently stepping down. New person in charge, TV head Vernon Sanders.
Yes, he's been there though. Like he's not new.
So
I think he was reporting. I think he was reporting to Jen Psaki. Right. So I think they're just like cutting her out, her position out.
Interesting,
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll want to go back to midnight GMT as a release time. I don't know. Like maybe we should ask chat. Like ask the few people that have turned up to hang out with us. Should they change back to a midnight GMT release time? And we'll see what they say in chat. You obviously would like that. I don't mind getting up at 7 in the morning and having breakfast, and hanging out will be just watch some TV. I love Light Line Full here. Don't worry, Sarah Nakamura will be head of Amazon TV in a few months. That would be great for us as Wheel of Time fans. Seriously.
Oh, well, that's wild.
Yeah. If Sarah Nakamura was in charge of Amazon TV, that would make a big difference for us.
12 seasons of the Wheel of Time, 10 episodes a season.
Yeah, 2 hours long a piece, $1 billion budget, all that sort of stuff. It would be wonderful. So I love this. Selfishly, I vote yes. Vote however you feel in the chat, folks, or for the poll.
It's okay to be selfish.
It's okay. Yeah. I'm selfish right now, where I'm just like, no, I like getting up at 7 and not having to worry about things super early in the morning for me and stuff. So, but it was why stop at 12 seasons Superfly? Good point. Yeah, there's no need to stop at 12 seasons. Just keep it going. Never stop it. Keep it going and going.
Yeah.
But yeah, could be interesting. It seems to be. We've just got this like release time discussion, but it's fine. It seems to be working for their shows. Not working, but like I feel if it didn't do well enough for Reacher and Rings of Power, they would have stopped it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I guess, in the sense of like people are going to watch it. Like it's not going to affect people watching it. But I guess for people like us who, do content creation around it, it's frustrating. If it's not at the time that's, good for you. Because otherwise I watch those other shows and I don't care when they come out. I'd watch them when I watch them.
Yeah.
But this show, it's like I have to, I don't want to be spoiled in the sense of, like we know what's going to happen, or we think we know what's going to happen, but we don't know exactly what's going to happen. So.
Yeah, and the how it happens, almost like Elida says, it's everything leading up to it, everything leading out of the actual moment is in our control, and that's the bit we're curious about. So, but yeah, it is like Arosa was saying, it's like it's just for watch parties and stuff. So yeah, it's the evening if you're in Australia, I think. Prime time evening in Australia, but the rest of the time it probably sucks for most people. My logic behind it was they would say, for example, this one came out the 13th. They'd be like, okay, coming out on the 13th, unless you're in America and it comes out on the 12th. But not until 7 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the evening, depending on which coast you are. And maybe that led to confusing messaging, and people were like, well, it's not out till the 13th, so I won't bother to look for it till the 13th. Whereas those that could watch it on the 12th. It's the only thing that made sense to me, that they're like, if they do midnight Pacific, the only country they need to worry about or the only time zones they need to worry about is pretty much like for people that live in Hawaii and like, you know, those few, like Alaska, for example, you know, like those few places that are that far west that
and there's not a lot of viewers.
Almost, the time zone's almost like they catch up to the next day anyway type thing. So
you're right. That was confusing because they would say released on the 12th, but really it was released on the 11th in the US. It was 12th Greenwich Mean Time. And you're right. That does make sense. I wonder if that's why they did it. People were getting confused.
It's the only thing that made sense to me. And it's like, does it hinder your viewing numbers if, you know, it releases on one day, or you say one day and then people don't realize they can watch it? Because in America, you could watch it the evening before. Doesn't matter where you are. So it comes out somewhere between 4 and 7 p.m., depending on where you are in America. So you could always, you know, watch it in that evening. Whereas the average American would be like, oh, it comes out on the 13th. So they don't look for it until the evening of the 13th.
Yeah. Then, like, unless you're unless you go in the Prime app and you're like, oh, it's here already. Maybe that was why they did it. Who knows? I don't know if we ever got an explanation.
No, we probably never will, to be honest. It's got to be. They'll probably say it's the algorithm. It's the almighty algorithm. So, Max still was saying watch parties matter. Part of the Game of Thrones success was that it was social. You watched it Sunday night, maybe with friends, maybe at a bar, and talked to coworkers next day. I mean, that would be fun. Tarasin's like, I have to mute social media to avoid getting spoiled. I vastly prefer the old time.
Yes, I'm with you, Tarasin.
That's fair. And
I think Tom is the only one of us. Tom watches it in the morning when he wakes up, like early, like 5 or 6 in the morning or something like around there. Right. So he's like the only one of us that watches it. So he's in charge of like our social media for that period of time. from then until Jen and I watch it.
When does Jen get to? Is Jen also like after work having to watch it?
Yeah, she's like the same as me, like the evening of that day. So you notice our accounts will probably are pretty quiet for the day that it releases because we're not watching it. But you know what? This has been a pretty kick-ass season, so I guess I can't complain too much.
Yeah, it has been a pretty amazing season. Where is it currently ranked on IMDb? It's still, I think this episode is on an 8.5 IMDb, I want to say. I might be wrong there.
I haven't been checking that.
It's still number 7. Sorry. Okay, so it's an 8.3. So episode 5 is in rankings for IMDb is you know the weakest this season, but it is still higher than all but 2 of season 2, which is episode 6 got an 8.6 and episode 8 got an 8.9. So everything else got 8.2s, 8.1s.
But that's still good though.
Yeah, an 8.3 is amazing.
That's pretty damn good. I don't like this was probably my least favorite episode of the season.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. It was the lowest I rated it so far this season. I like I said, I don't know if it was the darkness. Talking about this episode was really fun, but there were things about it that I didn't like. I mean, I knew we were kind of going to get like a bit of a change in pace. You know, obviously it's hard to follow The Road to the Spear. Such an amazing episode. So I was kind of expecting like a little step down, but I don't know. For me, like some of the execution, I wasn't too keen on. Like there was a lot of jumping to conclusions in this episode, kind of just to speed, I guess, the plot up and the story up.
Right.
So I don't know. I always have to like sit on these for a while and then rewatch them and think about it some more. So that could change.
Yeah, I think I described this earlier on the podcast. I was like, I think this just suffers the crime of having to follow what was such a perfect book episode. That's basically its crime is like it has to follow that. It's it's the movie that follows Avengers Endgame. It's in that sort of category. So it already has like a more of an uphill struggle to work on to get to. But I mean, I really like this.
There were some really good moments though in this episode that I really, enjoyed, whether they were like funny or surprising or, made me cry or tear up a little bit. So I'd say there was.
What's the first one that comes to mind?
Well, I mean, the end with you know, when Egwene's hopping through the dreams at the end, when she gets into Matt's dream,
Oh yeah.
that was just like so heartbreaking. Like, oh, just like
So
compare how simple, like he's just like, now my sisters don't have to sleep on the floor anymore. And
mm,
his mom's just proud of him. And like from what we know, we know she's dead now and he doesn't know that.
yeah,
So
he
it
has
makes it
no
even
idea. Like
more,
it's
yeah.
so brutal. Like okay, so I like you. I obviously have, a connection to Juliet, with the chickens and things like that.
Hmm.
That I was, I mean, I worried about it when she got captured earlier in the season with the girls. Like everyone
Hmm.
was saying on the podcast, like I think we've had so much mention of the coffins, um, being taken, and the Ibaras being talked about a lot, but then not put on screen, that I worried that all the trouble is going to be for Natty and the girls. And I was like, Valda's going to get his hands on them. And like, I thought all three initially, to be honest, are not going
Hmm.
to actually make it. And I was like, there's something about it that just is pointing me in that direction. And I hate being right. I hate that, she died. I screamed at the camera. I was like, no. And then like this bit at the end, like it had me in tears, man.
Yeah, me too. For sure. I was definitely tearing up there. I was a little misty eyed there. Yeah, I was a little surprised that she was going to be. I didn't see that coming. I thought Perrin was going to get there. Like she would have been like, a little beat up and, worse for wear from Valda's questioning, but I was not
Right.
expecting her. But then it made sense. I was like, oh, wait, they burned her because that's what they do.
That is
That's
what
what he
yeah,
does. And
that's
then
his.
I have a note because I was watching it and I'm like, Perrin's just leaving her, like take her body back to, to the Two Rivers. And then my note is at least bring her body back. Oh no, she's melting. Like he can't grab her. She's still like, she's melting
She's
from
still
the
crispy.
fire. Yeah. I
It's
was like,
like
that's sad.
that is, yeah, that's really sad. I mean, we haven't even when it cut away from everything, I was like, wait, you're going to leave the Two Rivers part of this show with, Perrin's been stabbed. I feel like, did Fael get stabbed or at least sliced or something?
She got a little cut up, but I don't think it was that bad. Not as
Yeah,
bad as Perrin.
no, not as bad as Perrin, that's for sure. You've got Alana and Maxim that are playing pincushion with the arrows situation.
Wow.
Um, and uh, and then that's it. Like there's no, like Dane's knocked down by one arrow to the, to the shoulder type, one dagger to the shoulder type thing,
Hmm.
and that's it. We just leave them all in the White Cloak camp. We have no idea if they get it. I mean, we assume they get out. We've seen the trailer, but
Yeah.
like, how did they get away? Do they drag her with them? Do they just rescue the girls and that's it? Where are Bait and Shed in this situation? Like,
Hmm.
I was like, not enough Two Rivers. I don't care about dreams. Like, I do care about dreams, but I was like, I don't care what Egwene is up to spying on her friends. What I care
Yeah.
about is the people in the Two Rivers.
I know. I mean, at least we got that one great line though from Maxim, right? She's like, Alana's like, how did you find me? He goes, you turned the bond back on 5 arrows ago.
That was so well delivered. I love that. It was absolutely good. It was so good.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I knew he was gonna come and save her, like as soon as she was getting hit, I was like, "Oh, Maxim's gonna show up." Like,
Yes.
he's good.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, like Valda and Bayer just hiding out in the bushes, like they didn't even
Yeah.
come in and fight.
Have we seen Bayer before? I felt like, I don't know, when he
No,
appeared on
it's the
screen,
first time.
did we know we were getting Bayer? Did I miss the
Yes,
news? Right.
he
Okay. I
was.
missed
What
that piece of news.
series? What series had? I think it was Kate who had found that casting of
Right.
Bayer. Yeah.
I must have missed that bit of news then in the slew of interviews and news and videos and clips and all
Mhm.
sorts of things that are just dropping. So yeah, I completely just missed all of that. So I was excited to see by it. But yeah, like Valda's hiding somewhere and just not appear and doesn't try and attack, it's
He
like,
probably ran away as soon as the fight started.
yeah, it's like, right, you guys go and I'm gonna bounce. So it's yeah. Max is suggesting to go see. Now, I don't know if you have. I haven't watched the preview for the next episode.
No, not yet.
No.
I haven't caught it.
Yeah, Max reckons that you meet up with the 12 on next episode, recuperating. That's not a bad show.
That makes sense because I feel like we know that Maria Doyle Kennedy's going to be in this season. I don't remember. I thought we knew that, but I'm not sure. But that does make sense that they go to Tuatha and because like who's going to heal Alana?
Yeah, that was one of my questions as well. Like, you know, someone suggested that Days would be doing it because she's basically the wisdom now. And I was like,
yeah. Well, maybe one of the Coffin girls will heal her.
Well, yeah, maybe. It was, yeah. I was like, I'm not sure I'd trust. I love Days, but I'm not sure I'd trust her to heal me from a bunch of wounds. She seems the type who'd go drinking and partying more than anything else.
Yeah. So I'm curious actually how that's going to resolve itself.
Yeah. So
it's not like Veren's there.
Yeah, Varen could do it before, and like Alana was already struggling with some kind of wound to the shoulder. So, you know, Dana's like, please, no, we are not going to talk about the 306 preview today. I am going to break my usual season rule, which is I don't watch the previews during the season because I'm like, it's only 7 days. I can wait for the next episode.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to break that, and I'm going to watch the preview maybe tomorrow morning, maybe Monday, and like talk about it a little bit. But yeah, not until I finished. That was like, I'm going to do the podcast today and the live stream, and then I'll watch it later type thing. So don't worry, Dana. We won't be talking about that today. So you're fine.
Now I want to watch it because I haven't seen it yet. So now you got me all worked up. I'll watch it after.
You can watch it after. Yeah, watch it after.
Well, it wasn't after the episode. Like, is it a separate thing? Because I feel like
it must be a separate
episode.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was playing because I just, when I'm doing something in the house, I put the episodes on loop. I actually fell asleep one time. I forgot I had it on. And what happened was I woke up and it was playing some random show on Prime, and I had no idea what it was. And now it's stuck in my continue watching section. And I'm like, what is this? Why you just loop Wheel of Time? Why couldn't I woken up to like season 1, episode 3 or something? You know, like it would have been hilarious. Before we do that, I do see a beautiful face in the background that I must bring into the party. So please welcome to the live stream, Beth Doman.
Hi!
Hi, Beth.
Hi, Joe.
How the heck are you?
I know. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hi, Rob.
I'm better now.
Hey, Beth.
Well, I'm best now because I'm simply
You're Beth.
I'm simply the best.
The best Doman. The best Doman. Yes.
The best Beth Doman. No.
Best Beth Doman.
So good to see you guys. So good to see you guys.
Thanks for hopping in.
Thank you. Just got done with my Wheel of Time 4th Age D&D session led by Leia. Episodes are going to be coming back out starting next week, hopefully. So
awesome.
Exciting times going on there. Yeah.
Nice.
I think I hit her up a while ago about those, and I was just like, how is that going? Like, you know, are you doing something? I can't remember what it was. And yeah, it's been chaos. Where were we just at, Joe? I forgot what we were just talking about.
We were talking about the preview for the next episode that we're not going to watch.
That we're not going to watch.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet. I haven't seen it yet. So
we're not gonna do this. So we were just talking about what it was. That was it. So I was playing the episodes on my TV on loop, and it got to the end of episode 5, and I wasn't paying attention. I was like just reading a book or something, and it started to play another episode or something. I was like, oh god, what crazy thing is it playing? And I didn't hit pause quick enough, and it started playing the episode 6 preview, and I was like, I canceled out of it. I was like, press back on my TV remote to get out of it, and it actually came up as like episode 0 something. So it is, I think it jumped to that behind the scenes thing, but it's
like inside the episode,
that then shows you episode 6 as well or something. So it's not like just plays at the end of the episode now, so maybe they've tweaked it, I suppose, because I know it did initially.
Maybe for people who don't want to see it.
So but so Beth,
yes,
what was your favorite part of the episode?
Lord, I had 2 parts that I really loved. I loved seeing them bring the sea folk to life. I really enjoyed that a lot. and I think I'm such a huge fan of Shohreh Aghdashloo. Like, she can do no wrong, in my opinion. And the one thing that the Wheel of Time has done, the TV show has done, take it or leave it, whether you love it or hate it, is they have brought depth and substance to characters who I could literally care less about in the books. And Elida was one of those people. Leandrin is another one of those people from the books that I really just give or take, right? But I love to hate these characters. I love to hate them, the complexity that they bring. And so I really loved the Tower stuff this week as well. So I mean, I kind of loved all of it, but I love seeing the precursors for the setup for what's happening in the Tower, and how they definitively, at least what we think, have determined that Elida is not Black Aja, which I know that was like a big thing, is, are they going to make her Black Aja on the show? And so I think that was kind of like stomped out. I also love the Two Rivers stuff. Like, I love Fael. She is Fael brought to life, in my opinion. Like, another great casting, just like
the pocket rocket
casting. Yeah, just like amazing. Her daggers, the little curve that they had on them. I mean, everything is just Anyway,
yeah. Her fighting was pretty cool. Like, I love the fighting style they gave her, where she was doing all kinds of like crazy flips and twists and things like that.
Yeah. It makes sense for someone so small to fight in a style where you use your opponent's body weight against them. You know,
absolutely.
It just really, it makes a lot of sense. It gives me, there were small moments where I got, and it didn't take it away from the episode or her performance from me, but it gave me little bits of like when Black Widow fights.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
in the Avengers.
In the Avengers, I got little moments where I was just like, oh yeah, like that's like a Black Widow move type thing, but it fits because that is the style of fighting you would have to use if you are, you know, so much smaller against your opponents. Like, it's the perfect way to do it. So,
I heard you guys talking before you brought me in. Joe was talking about, I think, oh my God, brain fart. Matt's mom.
Matt's mom. Natty. Yes.
When the decision to kill Natty off. I have one criticism about that. It's only one criticism about the way that I wish they would have done it. And I think I shared this with you, Rob, when we were chatting in Discord.
Probably.
About, I wish Perrin would have heard a scream, like as they were entering the camp, because there was no sound coming of her struggle, of her being burned alive. Like, I really wish that they would have done some kind of like, because Bode says that they took her that way. Like, didn't even hear anything.
Didn't hear a scream. No smell.
Nothing. So like, I really wish that it would have been even more horrifying. It would have kind of harkened back to when we first met Eamon Valda in season 1, when he's eating the squab and burning the Aes Sedai at the stake while he's eating, while he watches her burn. Like, the horror, because she screamed when she was being burned alive. Like, to hear that, it just would have added, I think, another dimension of pain and suffering. Like, once again, Perrin is too late. He's too late again. I just think that would have been a little bit more captivating from a show telling standpoint. That's like the one criticism I have for it. My heart is broken that she's gone, but it's a good setup to something I think Alana is going to become a parent figure to Bode. I bet both of Matt's sisters can channel, not just one, and it's going to be Alana's reinvigorated, renewed purpose to protect those girls, because Matt's not there to do it.
I mean, they're twins, so I think just in a simplistic way of looking at it, if one could channel, I think a show watcher would expect the other one could channel as well.
Right.
I think in book lore, that's not always the case, but I would say like for the show, it makes sense if like one could channel, then both could channel. Just I feel like Joe's looking that up now.
No, I'm just wondering, like the twin thing, right? Were there any twins in the Wheel of Time that could channel, that they both could channel? I don't
think we
remember.
had twins in the Wheel of Time.
I don't think I've ever seen twins in the Wheel of Time either. I think they had sisters and brothers and such.
I mean, the only twins we knew about were Melane's daughters, and they weren't born yet. And
right.
then
That's true.
Elaine's daughter and son, and they're fraternal twins. And they're both going to be able to channel because of who their father is.
Yeah,
but
that's interesting. Yeah, I was just assuming that it was one of them, but you're right, it could be both of them.
I mean, but I just think that that's going to kind of be like Alana's new mission is to protect these girls. Their mother's dead. Between her and Perrin, I really picture, because when you think about it in the books, Varen and Alana kind of like collected all of these girls that could channel to escort them to the White Tower.
Yeah,
I kind of picture them kind of giving Alana a vision to get her out of her mourning, to get her out of her the state she's currently in.
I feel like she's kind of gotten over it already.
Yeah.
Like Maxim's the one who's kind of keeping it, which it's understandable.
True.
Like I'm not saying he's,
but she's in denial about it. She's kind of like in denial about it. She's like business first.
Well, she says it's hard to mourn, right? Like she mentions it in was it the third episode, I think, right? When she like it's hard to mourn when he's mourning so much. She kind of has to be like the rock. Because you can't both be like that, because then things will, they're ice and water. They can't both be a mess.
I don't think Fantine and Adeleas were twins. No, they were sisters, and they were both so old they presented almost like twins, but they were not twins.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Lonnie is saying in chat, this is where we might get an Abel Coffin redemption arc. I'm going to throw the poll in chat. Will we get that? And I'm going to include the option that we just won't get Abel at all. So you can say yes, he'll get a redemption arc. No, he won't get a redemption arc. And then you could also pick if you wanted, which he's just not going to appear. He's just not going to be a thing.
Well, he's definitely not going to be in this season. I think.
Oh, is he not? Oh, okay.
I don't think so. I mean, if they would have put them there. I mean, he wasn't even in the dream. Well, I guess Matt wouldn't have him in the dream because he doesn't like his father, I guess. But
yeah,
I don't know. I just kind of figured that's how they kind of wrote them out of the season. They went to go. Would they go bring Perrin's family to safety? That's what him and Tam did, right? That's what they said.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be in this season.
Are we getting Tam this season? Is Michael?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I don't think so. I don't know for sure. I'm just saying the fact that they were not in the episodes already, I think it's highly unlikely that they're going to be in this season. Then who knows though? Maybe they show up at the end and they're part of the rescue, like the saving of the two rivers.
Yeah, maybe. Like this is the not showing of anyone. It was like the Abels, like Tam and that got the Ibaras out and stuff like that. The fact that we didn't see Michael, or I forget the actor who played Abel in
Christopher Sheriff.
Yeah, like we didn't get Christopher appear either. Kind of said to me that was my big sort of like, well, something's going to happen to Natty and the girls sort of vibe. Like it's not like we've never seen these actors and characters before. They were in season 1, so why mention them and not show them unless you're just going to use someone else for the big stuff? But yeah. And now people have heard you and are voting we won't get Abel at all. That's winning in the poll. People are like, gotta trust those talkies. They know what they're talking about. So
I don't know. I have no like real hard evidence. I mean, except that we really haven't heard anything about them being in the show. But I wasn't sure. And then literally when we got the episode when they went back, and what is it? Marin Alvear says that they took Perrin's family out of town to safety. I was like, oh, they're probably not going to be in this. That's just their way of saying, well, we didn't want to bring them back, so we're going to just send them out of town.
Yeah, they were out.
I'd be very surprised if they showed up.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of popping redemption up, but not on screen this season. Abel already got the Ibaras out, so I guess redeemed now. Not sure that one fits. Zool agrees. I think they just get an excuse not to have Tam, Abel, and Bran in this season.
It's just a matter of, I think, logistics. So like how many actors are they going to bring back and pay, and do they really need to? And
right.
So that's true. So, but yeah, it was very sad to see Juliet go and then have that whole moment with Matt. That was rough.
Yeah. I did love that dream sequence that they did, though. I really like the way that they kind of like gave exposition without giving exposition. That Egwene was entering people's dreams because she did that in the books, and you saw everybody's deepest like longing, right? You saw Elaine as a sea folk being embraced by Aviendha, right? The freedom that the sea folk have, because that's the thing. Elaine's whole thing is being confined to the role that she plays and not the woman she wants to be. And then you see Nynaeve teaching Egwene as a small girl to listen to the wind. And then
that's not Egwene.
That wasn't Egwene. That was her daughter. That's her daughter, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, sorry. It was Elnor. I'm sorry.
Little Elnor.
A little Elnor. And then you saw who else did we see? We saw Matt with his family taking care of his daughters. Of his sisters. And then we saw Perrin with Fael tending the
and Hopper.
Yeah, I had a problem with that scene. That's the one scene that I had a problem with, because it was a perfect opportunity for Perrin or Hopper to like acknowledge Egwene being there, like because of the wolf dream, and they didn't take the opportunity, which kind of, I don't know. For me, it's like, are they going to downplay the wolf dream, or are they pushing it off, or because that was a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone.
I don't think Perrin. I think it comes from Perrin not knowing what the wolf dream is, like not knowing about the wolf dream what it is, and seeing it as.
Speaking of wolf dreams,
yeah, like Perrin was in just his own dream, like. Egwene. I don't know why I'm doing that today. Egwene wasn't touching like people in Tel'aran'rhoid. She was visiting them in their own dreams. So that's unlikely to be.
Hopper disagrees with you. Like, so I clearly.
Yeah, it sounds like the best off to deal with that. Love it. Like
I just got a little bit of I don't think.
Well, yeah, I just don't think that was like the actual Hopper in that moment. I think.
You think that was just Perrin's?
I think it's just Perrin having a dream, and Perrin's dreaming of Hopper and Fael being with him in the Two Rivers. You know, because Hopper's the only wolf that he connected with, and also, you know, he went berserk for when Hopper died. So yeah, I don't think that was, you know, the actual wolf, the Tel'aran'rhoid version of Hopper. I think that was just his own in-house dream creation, which is why he didn't pay attention. Yeah,
that's fair. So how is that different though than the last vision she had with in Rand's dream? And
Lanfear is actually in Rand's dream.
Yeah, Lanfear's in Rand's dream. Yeah.
Rand is also knowing that she's there. Like he's aware that he's in a dream with her.
Yeah.
And so, but that ending right there was so freaking good. It was like the whole, it was so good. And
we're saying how. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, in the closure that they gave to Rand and Egwene in this episode was everything I needed, because that's a hang up that I've personally had this season.
Closure.
Well, yeah, when they were in the tent, she was like, "I'm going to go with the wise ones," and they had their like that was like the feeling of like that's when they both acknowledged that their faces are not together anymore.
I don't think Rand was. Rand was kind of a little heartbroken. Like you saw when she leaves, he's kind of like struggling.
Egwene knows it. Rand might not yet, but Egwene knows it.
I think they know that they're on their way out, but I don't think at least Rand doesn't think that it's over yet. And maybe Egwene does, right? Because obviously Egwene wouldn't have reacted that way, but I mean, well, I think there's a lot of things going on there, right? Because she all of a sudden she realizes that Lanfear is the one who's been torturing her in her dreams. Not now. Here's a question I have, because she saw Lanfear earlier in the episode, right? When she first went into the dream world and didn't make the connection. Do you think that Lanfear gave her those vision, like, you know, impressed it upon her in the dream? Like, hey, it was me the whole time, you know, using Tel'aran'rhoid, her dream stuff or whatever, and pushed those images into Egwene to make the connection? Or you think Egwene just made the connection there on her own? Because she doesn't recognize her when she first encounters her.
Yeah.
Well, because she's always been disguising herself as Rena, right? In the dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Does she even know what Lanfear looks like?
No, she's never met
Mhm.
Lanfear.
She's never met Lanfear. So
The first time was in this episode earlier in the
yeah,
episode.
yeah. So she sees Lanfear as Lanfear when she's doing her whole Anakin's, force chokehold thing.
Yeah.
Then she wakes up. The wise ones say, "Oh, that's the Forsaken or the Shadow Sold," and then
I don't know how they figured that out, but okay. That was
Yeah,
that was one of the things I didn't like. Like it was like immediate jump to, oh, that's a Forsaken. How do you know? Somebody was in your dream.
honestly, that did not pop into my mind. It felt right that they could tell from her dreams or something about the experience of being dreamwalkers that they could tell that wasn't a regular person invading her dreams. It was someone, the Shadow
Dana
Soul.
Liu just said that it was the wise ones who gave Egwene the knowledge that there was a Forsaken stalking her in her dreams. Yeah.
Yeah, they said it was Shadow Soul. Yeah.
Then though, like that was it just then. Like they made that conclusion at that time, like in this episode.
Right. Yeah,
it was a large jump. It was a large leap. Like, oh, somebody was choking you in your dream. Oh, it must be Forsaken.
I don't know. It didn't come across like that. So I can see where you're coming from. When I was watching it, it didn't land that way for me. It definitely came across as like, they from their experience and watching her like could tell somehow. So
yeah,
interesting.
It worked for me. But anyway, so that's but she's only just realized by meeting then that is Lanfear.
I feel like Lanfear was pushing that, like using her dream powers to force that into Egwene's mind that, hey, this was me the whole time, and now I'm making out with your boyfriend.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think it sets up for an interesting, not showdown, because we know the showdown is going to be with Moiraine and Lanfear, but it must be wise.
Yeah.
Hi, Rob.
That's what I should. Every time you ask that question, I should have said that's Wise One's business.
Yeah.
Which I did love Farouk saying that. That's Wise One's business. That was great in the other episodes. But yeah,
it is true.
Obviously, they're going to have a big bust up next episode, surely.
Well, that's in the trailer, right? Like, there's when Egwene confronts Rand, is like, "Do you love her?" And he's crying, right? So I'm imagining that's the aftermath of this scene.
Yeah.
Not me imagining when that trailer came out before the season started that she was asking about Avienda. That was who I honestly thought she was asking about when that trailer dropped before the season started. I was like, ooh, Avienda, Rand and spicy already. I'm here for it. Or Elaine, because she had that angelic view at the end of episode 8 of season 2. Who are you? I'm Elaine.
Yeah.
And then that's gone absolutely nowhere this season whatsoever, right?
Well, no, because have you seen Avienda? Like, how do you can have your
yes?
I feel like we might be getting the beginning of that in this episode, right? I feel like we're starting to get the beginning of Rand and Avienda.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Right? Because when she came out of the Tel'aran'rhoid in Ruidian and they faced each other, the horror she had on her face when she saw Rand, and then she looked down in his double tattoos, she was married to him or tied to him like 6 ways from Sunday in every single vision she had. And like she realizes how inexorably she is linked to Rand. And so that's definitely gonna happen. Maybe not this season, but it's there. And then the wise ones were like, that is true, Androl. That's probably true.
I feel like though their stuff definitely did happen. Like Rand and I think Elaine did connect a bit, right? Because in the beginning, the first episode, he listens to her. She's the one who gives him advice, and he listens to exactly what she tells him to do. Like she says, "Go to the Aiel and get an army," and he's like, "Okay, that's what I'm gonna do." And the way he looks at her too, in that I feel like there is a connection there. There's
definitely a connection there for sure. I agree, and I love that they implemented that from the books, like her giving him counsel on how to be a leader, like from the beginning of Shadow Rising. She's like, don't let them think this, go in there, do this. She's giving him really good advice from a leadership standpoint that he's going to fall back on later, hopefully. And so the things that they're doing with the interactions, by whole and large, I do like. I'm really, the thing that I'm most looking forward to that we haven't seen this season yet, though, is Padden Fane.
I think we're getting him probably next episode.
We've got to.
He's probably going to be with the reinforcements, right? They're mentioning
with the white cloak reinforcements. I mean, I can't wait to see him as Ordeith. Like, I need him to be like, just, I can't wait. The actor who plays him, and I don't remember his name, is just so freaking good at being casually being sinister. Like, he's just so casual about it. He's just like, there's no insanity to him, at least not yet. It's all very nonchalantly like chaotic evil. Like, he's got a wicked smile.
He's got a wicked smile.
He does. It's amazing. I love it so much.
I've been saying we need, like, this season needs to be, I've described it as do or die for Padden Fane. Like, you either need to bring him in and make him a proper character, rather than some guy who randomly shows up for a couple scenes here or there and a couple episodes. He needs to actually have, some longevity in a part or something. Like, they have not used him and they need to use him.
Yes.
And I was just like, either that or they just need to scrap him, which I don't think they can't do, because he's been in the posters. Like, why put him in the poster if you're not going to use him? And I just like, I worry that he's going to get like, a minute in a scene and then we won't see him again for another season. I'm just like, what is going on with this guy? So yeah, it's.
I agree with you with Padden Fane on, like, I feel like they don't know what they're doing with him, but they want to keep him around just in case they need him for something.
I mean, they kind of did that in the books too, when you think about it. They kind of like, he kind of lost focus. Like, he was a loose end that needed to be tied up, that needed to be finished, but they didn't really know what to do with him after formatting, right? They just kind of like,
I think Rex Anderson said that, right? He was kind of.
Yeah, it was kind of like not a throwaway character because he had such a major story arc, but they just needed to do something with him. I have a question about episode 5.
Okay.
Adeleas.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Really, really mentally impacted by a weave, or pretending to be mentally impacted by a weave? And the reason why I ask this is because when Swan and Lyanna go to Varen wanting to lay the trap for Elida, Varen had been all here, drink this tea. This tea is good for you. And then there's this moment when it's hand to Adeleas and she is listening to them with such intentness on her face. She looks fully aware of everything that is going on around her.
I'll take it a step further. If she is faking, is Varen in on it? Or is Varen she's fully Varen too?
I went even further, and obviously it's
here we go.
We are full spoilers. I postulated, is she actually Black Aisha herself? And
that's what I'm thinking.
That
is literally what I'm thinking. That both she and Varen, yes.
But maybe she's just not as quick to see things as Varen, in terms of like, someone's weaving against me, and that's why she got caught and Varen didn't.
But is she really like mentally challenged right now, or has she been cured or something, and it's just an act to like cover her, to make her seem like she doesn't have all of her faculties? Because if you look at the screenshot of her, she knows what she's hearing. I don't know. It was very interesting to me. I was like, what? What is happening here? That's what I thought.
I mean, even Varen, when she blocked the weave from Naomi, still had a bit of a nosebleed. So I don't know. This sounds like a poll question for chat. What are we going to say? Is Adeleas. I'm going to spell this wrong, so to apply Adeleas. That's how it's being spelled today, apparently. faking her injury? I think that's the first part. We might need to do a two-parter here. Is she faking her injury? And then, if so,
That's true, Ola. What Ola just said in chat as well. Varen even said that her sister can do everything. Those are strong words. Is Adeleas faking her injury?
But we also know that Varen can lie. So
correct. I don't know. I'm just so on the fence about it. It was just so interesting to me that they chose to edit that, like her face when they're talking, like how astute she looked and how in tune to the conversation she looked. I thought it was really interesting.
I'm going to send you the screenshot of her.
Okay.
In Discord. I just took a screenshot of it.
Okay.
There's some interesting thoughts about how it looks like she's on stroke recovery, how she's
sorry, no, not what you said. That sounded really bad. Sorry, I'm not laughing at
no, you were like stroke recovery.
No, I'm laughing at the photo that Joe's just sent me.
Yeah. Are you going to share it?
Yeah, I'm
going to share it. Okay.
I'm going to download
okay.
it.
There's a lot of things, like she's got more mental faculty than what she can actually use vocabulary wise. Like her mind is working, but her mouth can't execute everything that she's thinking.
Like aphasia or something.
Do I need to like change the poll maybe? So this is the photo in question.
That's her looking up at them talking. That's right after they start talking.
I mean, she seems like she's like intently be able to tell what is going on.
Right. So let me go adjust the poll then. We'll nix that poll. End poll, and we'll ask a new poll. How injured is Adeleas? How's that? Is that? And then we'll do various degrees. Yeah, should we do that? Like
slightly injured, mostly injured, totally injured,
totally faking it,
totally faking, like totally.
And again, I'm just going to spell it however I decide. How injured is Adeleas?
Yeah, it's a tough one because I mean they did a really good job when she does encounter Elida in the hallway, right? When they plan that meeting, she sniffs. You notice she sniffs and she smells the
smells the roses,
the roses, right? That Swan. Yeah, and I feel like if she was still, her mind was still scrambled from the weave. Using that smell as like a trigger to get her to do this, like Varen saying, okay, when you smell roses, I want you to say this. And it almost felt like she smelled it, and then there was like a bit of recognition there, and then that's when she started into her, her laying the trap. I don't know though, but it's really tough. I never thought about it until people started saying that she could be faking. My thought was, how are they getting her to do this if she's so messed up in the head? I thought, is Varen using compulsion on her to get her to do this?
So I just want to.
My sister can do everything. It takes on a whole nother motion when her sister's being directed to do everything. That's also
that's true. I just want to check my answers here. So how injured is Adeleas? Totally injured. She's not faking it. Her mind is fine. Her mind is fine. Just body effed. Or she's fine and playing a long con. Do they seem like suitable options to pick?
Yeah, I think there's probably like 5 more we could throw out there, but
I'm sure. Yeah, like just as a broad strokes.
Damn limited polls. Those limited polls.
Yeah, they're limited to like 4 options. It's kind of it's frustrating. So, but yeah. We'll see how that comes out. I'm trying to just keep up with chat here because it's starting to pick up a little bit. Like people are talking.
Or she could. We were talking about this yesterday. Maybe she's recovering, and they're like playing though that she's still being affected by it. Like maybe the weave was temporary and it's wearing off, and she's getting better. But they're like, wait, let's just pretend because, right? People are gonna be comfortable saying, like, they're not going to be worried that she's going to go and say things to other people, so they'll be a little bit more comfortable talking around her or free with their tongue, so to speak.
Yeah, not all of a sudden. I think she's gradually recovering and pretending not to be recovering at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Yeah. That's a possibility as well. I don't know what they're doing though, but just keep an eye on that. That's all I'm going to say.
Could be indeed. Looney theory. Oh, okay. This is Looney theory. Adeleas suspects Varen. She tried to hide. She was alert when Varen was talking to Swan and kind of covered up when Varen looked over. Oh, interesting. Finn's is like, the real problem is here is Jordan Trader so hard to question every little bit.
Fair.
That is accurate. Yes. Yeah. Interesting. So definitely one to watch. But yeah, this face, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, it's, and she's like in the shot, she's like slowly kind of looking up, almost like she's trying to see if they're looking over at her.
Exactly.
And she's eyeing them drinking. And then she takes a sip. Oh, wow. Oh, I got to take a screenshot of this other shot. She takes a sip of tea right after that, and she looks totally fine.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's the part. I think that's the thing that got me, is that she looks like she's not being, there's nothing, she's not being challenged by anything at all right now. It's like she's just, but it could just be wrote, you know.
What's the time for this?
11:02. Or 11 minutes, right about 11 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, if you're gonna pull up the video.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the video.
Okay, yeah, watch that whole cut to her.
So this is a little ahead. This is about sort of 20 seconds or so ahead.
Yeah.
So I've kept the sound off just so we can talk over it easily. It makes sense.
And can I just say that Jennifer Chung's outfits are always fucking
yeah.
slay. Excuse my F-bomb.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Here we go.
That she looks up. All right, that's what's shot. But watch.
Oh yeah.
She's so nonchalantly tipping the tea.
Like, ooh, this is like, you know.
Yeah, I think, you know, like, play it again.
Like, she is not as addle-witted as they want you to think she is. She truly isn't. I think it's very, very clear.
Right when she takes the sip, she looks totally fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be looking too much into it. It could be deliberate or.
Yeah. And he says maybe, you know, her mentally there, but needs maybe speech therapy, occupational therapy to aid her recovery.
That's fair.
Max is putting up here, my own experience with someone with brain damage. His brother-in-law suggests that a person can be a surprising mix of capable and incapable. It's not faking. Minds are tricky and elastic. That's extremely true. Yeah.
That is also very true.
Yeah. Obviously, we're looking at this as a very high level approach because it's like what plays for a TV show. It's not going to be like a true depiction of someone suffering this sort of, you know, real life version of what Adeleas is going through. But yeah, like Jordan did teach us to look at every single blade of grass. So Zor's like, did you notice the head wobble as she raises her head? So yeah, like I think the mental acuity is there. Maybe just the physicality is what she's
possibly. Nils Varen obviously makes awesome tea. This is known.
This is known. Here's the thing for me. If you let me play it again. If you look at the subtitles for what they're talking about when she's looking up and paying attention, the numbers are clear. The black eyes are working hearts. That's when she looks up and she talks about how many are in each heart, who knows each one, and that's when she's really paying attention. I'm kind of now maybe on the she suspects Varen train. You know.
Wow.
That could be interesting.
Well, it's funny because I was watching this with my wife and she's like, oh, who's the one other Black Aja, and I'm like, I'm going to tell you right now, in the books, there's a lot more Black Aja in the tower. I was like, I don't know what they're doing in the show.
Right.
Like there could be only one more, but in the books, there's a lot more.
Oh my gosh. The conversation that Elida has with Alviarin.
Yes. Setting that up.
So happy to see that happening because I was like, oh yes, let's freaking go.
All I'm going to say is stop talking in corridors.
I know.
Oh yes.
The amount of people wandering around these corridors and you're talking about highly sensitive topics.
I mean, but they are in corridors in the books. They're in corridors in the books.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversations in corridors.
I know. Yeah, it just Learn to keep a secret, people. You know?
Yeah. Well, there's more Black Aja in the tower than I mean, right? Like, well, what's her name? Galena, I guess, is gone. Did Galena go with Sutama? I don't even know.
I
To go find
think
Tame,
so.
or I don't even know.
I got
because
yes.
I
Alex
think
is right. The
Galena's
corridors have ears. You know.
Corridors.
Yeah.
I think with Elida saying about, oh, we need like, you know, another sitter for the hall type thing, who's going to temporarily cover the highest. I think that it was. I think Galena stayed. I don't think she would be discussing that with Galena if Galena was going to be going. So.
Yeah, I think Galena is someone who can be on her side. Well, we don't know what I mean. Galena's obviously going to be on her side, but we don't know what they're doing with her. So
this is true. Why don't we ask what Mistress Dobie thinks?
Oh no!
Okay, I just have to say this real quick.
Yes.
Babe.
Thank you, babe.
Hi, babe.
Babes.
Happy to see you.
Cheers, babe. How you doing?
Cheers, babe. Right back at you. Yours is much fancier looking than mine is, but mine tastes good, so that's all that matters.
I made a Cosmo because I was just on with Kay and MR, Hallie, and Matt Stagger because we were reviewing Footloose. So I made a Cosmo in honor of Sarah Jessica Parker.
I love
it's
that.
my green glass in honor of Green Aja. So there's that.
Love it.
Yeah,
perfect. Absolutely perfect. We're getting like Babe in chat now.
Yeah, well, you better, because look at who you're talking to.
And
look at the babe right here. I mean, just like, yeah.
I got my lovely shirt that
Mistress
Bill Brother made for me.
That
I have never seen that shirt before in my life. That is
they gave it to me at MalCurryCon, I believe.
There was a lot going on. Like, that's a working weekend.
You're busy, MalCurryCon.
Yeah. Honestly, I am speechless. I need a shirt for Blue Aja, please.
Tanchico brother.
Go brothers, a bit of a genius. So there we go. More babes. Baby. Yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. What did I ask you?
Adeleas and Varen and all the Black Aja, Galena, and
that was it. Like,
Aviarin.
What do you think about the whole? We were discussing Adeleas' situation, and then like Elida and Alviarin talking in the corridors and such. Like, there's a lot of conversation just going on in public. It just made me laugh.
Yes. I mean, yes. Notai tried to convince me that Adeleas was trying to sell out Varen, and I was like, no. And then I rewatched the episode, and I was like, maybe yes. So I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely questionable whether or not she was about to sell her out.
42%.
Could it be that they're both Black Aja and neither of them know they're Black Aja because they weren't part of the same hearts?
They're in different hearts.
I mean, can you imagine that? They've been, hanging out, living for, together as sisters for years, and they're both secret.
Maybe that's why Varen joined the Black Aja, because she wanted to keep an eye on her sister.
Oh.
Can you imagine if a sister? Oh yeah, like what if a sister got sucked in by accident and Varen's like, shit, I gotta go with her to save her.
My mind is literally just blown right now.
That is a strong possibility.
Varen's like, Adeleas is like, Varen, I've joined this like real fancy, like this woman says if I sell this much merchandise, like I get like a car, and then I help them sell a lot. Yeah, like it's a and
what are they
Varen's like,
selling?
oh, what is
you sell 100 angry, all you get a date with Lan.
Yeah. If you sell 100 souls, you win a Lamborghini. So Varen's like, I've heard this before. Wait, sis,
I do just have to say real quick, totally jumping topics. My favorite conversation moment in this episode was Lan and Moiraine at the end when they were by the campfire and they shared the Bluesky together.
Yeah.
I loved that so much. I love that they are showing such a deep, loving bond between people that aren't romantically linked together. I love it so much. And I think that Rosamund Pike and Daniel Henney have such chemistry as these characters together. I just love that. And like how they're both like choking on the Usquai. It was like, they were like, it was so good. It was beautiful. And I actually got teary-eyed. I think that was the only moment in the entire episode where I got teary-eyed. I was like, because I mean, coming off of episode 4, which was literally my favorite episode of this show, of this series, 20 episodes, that's my number 1 episode. Coming off of that, number 5, I felt a little deflated when it was done. I thought it was a good episode, but coming off of such riveting, mind-blowing content, and I know that they have to do like the setup for the rest of the season, right? So this was a setup episode. I don't like to use the word filler because it wasn't really filling. It was setting up for the big things. And just so I felt a little deflated after my euphoria from episode 4. But I loved like that quiet moment between Lan and Moiraine because they really needed to have that because they really haven't had a chance to really show that bond. It's not just like he's her warder. He is her best friend. Like he is her ride or die, literally. Nothing, what else, no matter what gets between them, no matter what their issues are, he is literally her ride or die. And it's a different kind of relationship than the one that Alana has with Maxim, right? And it shows like, and both in this episode showed 2 different dichotomies of the warder bond. And like Maxim's always going to be there for Alana, right? Like she turned the bond off and then she reactivated it and he was there and he saved her life. But they don't have that deep connection that Lan and Moiraine do. And I just loved seeing that friendship, just good friendship. And it was beautiful. I thought they did such a good job with that.
I have a different take on that scene. No one's gonna like it though. I got reamed out yesterday from my co-hosts about this one.
Okay.
Tom and Jen, thank you.
Let's hear the man out before disown him. Okay?
The second time I watched it, it kind of almost seemed like Lan was drunk for the entire conversation and just waiting for Moiraine to finish so they could drink some more Usquai.
That still doesn't mean they don't have a great friendship bond.
No, of course not.
Debbie Downer.
No, of course not. I think he was already drunk on the Usquai when they started that conversation.
Possible.
And he was just kind of like
possible.
Trying to make his way through the conversation so they could get around to drinking some more.
Wasn't he drunk in season 1, episode 4, when they were in the cave together? He was totally shit-faced the day. Oh my God, language. I'm so sorry.
She got emotional, right? She mentions a comment like that she gets emotional or something when he's drunk or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like,
oh yeah.
It was like way back in season 1, episode 4. It was Nynaeve's AoE healing moment, right? And
when the campfire, all the warriors were sitting around the campfire. Yeah.
That was a long time ago. But
Yeah,
still, even if that's true, even if he was lit the entire time, it was still a great bonding chemistry. Remember,
it was a great
some of
scene.
your best bonding moments can be over alcohol, Joe. I mean, it can
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it was. No, I got reamed out for that. Like he was just kind of like drunk the whole time. We're just like, oh, let's have a drink. Yeah. Maybe he wasn't totally
stuff.
Maybe he totally wasn't in the conversation or really understanding it.
Try it.
He was just waiting to show her what the Usquai was. Like, this stuff's good.
Maybe he's trying to get her drunk so she finally talked to him about it.
Yeah. No, it was really, I felt like you, Beth. It was so good to see the 2 of them like trusting each other again and being there for each other and that relationship, mended. It was so frustrating in the second season, the 2 of them. So I enjoyed that too as well.
I'll take Usquai every day of the week.
Usquai or boot sweat tea, which do you prefer? I don't think he was necessarily drunk, but I think he had a couple drinks. I would say he was just like merry or tipsy, whatever you sort of word you want to use.
He was merry.
Yeah.
That's Lan being merry.
Yeah.
And bright.
Merry and bright, tipsy or whatever, yeah. But
this episode was not bright.
No,
this episode was not bright at all.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yeah, so but it was a great moment. It felt like they both, for me, it felt like they were accepting that it's now coming to a head for them, and like one or both of them are going to die. You know, it definitely felt like an acceptance of like, well, at least one of our deaths is coming and not too far away, you know, and they were, you know, acknowledging that it was coming to an end in some shape or form. You know, I titled this episode like the breakup episode. It felt like everyone was having a form of breakup. You know,
it was, or a door opens episode, or the door closes, and next week will be the door opens. I want to know what Dovi's favorite moment of this episode was.
Yeah, what did you really enjoy in this episode?
I mean, it was cool. I did take notes.
On an envelope. I love you so much.
I was about to say, is that on an envelope?
I freaking love you so much. You're such a person.
We're conserving resources in this household.
You're literally my person, and I love it.
Rand was the only one who didn't realize this was a breakup episode.
Yeah.
I mean, that does track for Rand in the books. Time. It really does track where Rand is right now in the books. It's on.
Well, it was kind of funny. He had that conversation with Avienda, and she's bringing up about like taking multiple lovers, and he seems like, no, it's not something we do. Meanwhile, he's sleeping with Lanfear. He's got a Egwene going
on his shoulder.
What are you talking about, Rand?
Exactly.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, that was one of my favorite moments, obviously. Like, it's the only one I posted on Bluesky, where she's like, that's basically the backbone of polyamory, is that, like, in monogamy, you are expecting one person to provide, like, so much, especially in modern culture, where we are so, modern American culture, or Western culture, I don't know, where we're so insular in our family homes. You're really expecting one person to be your romantic partner and your sexual partner and your best friend and your parenting partner, you know, and all of these things. And I mean, that's what she's getting at there. And, you know, part of the premise of polyamory is that you're, by seeking some of these things elsewhere, you're not resenting any one person for not giving you all of those things that you need to be a happy and fulfilled person. You know, and Rand has we are full spoilers, right? Yeah, Rand has in the book, he has these different folks who are providing him different, you know, not I want to say values, but different types of support that are not just romantic or sexual. He's being supported, like, both by, you know, his three girls, and then also by a lot of other people. But you know, in his time, in certain times, his romantic partners, like, are really important, but serve very different roles.
Yeah.
So that was, I mean, it is that was a great moment. I also really liked the, you know, obviously the exchange between Alana and Maxim, and kind of talking about, you know, how they're both handling the loss of Yvonne. And I was really curious, you know, in episode 1, we hear Maxim say, like, I can't feel him. You know, and like, do we know in the books whether or not the warders have, like, a sense of each other?
I don't think they do.
No, I think they changed that.
But I think in the books, the only one that's like that is when Elaine and Avienda use the weaves to bond all of them together. The first, well, no, like they used the bond with Min and Avienda and Elaine and Rand. I think that's the only, and the multiple weaving of Andral and Pavara. I think that's the only time we see, like,
they bond each other.
They bonded each other at the same time.
Well, they could, you know, in the show, Alana could have bonded the two of them together in something similar potentially. So there could have been. Yeah.
That's been my question since episode 1, is like, did Yvonne and Maxim have their own special bond between them, or is it an alternate, like, are the Greens using an alternate bond when there's more than one person that want to be, or more than two people that want to be bonded? And, you know, we see Maxim kind of taking that, what we've seen as the traditional warder response to the loss of a Aes Sedai, which is to, in a rage, seek revenge, right? We're not seeing Alana do that. So
yeah, I mean, is it just his human reaction to losing the person that he loved the most? It could be just that too. But yeah, I mean, he does say that line, "I can't feel him." So there's got to be some sort of additional connection, like
I mean,
magical connection.
Yeah, like there's been some discussion about it in the chat, like maybe it's Greenyash's secret. Also, by the way, they are absolutely loving your comments here, by the way, Dovey, like, about the take there on different partners and polyamory and things like that. So much love to you for that. I think we got a clue to the with the beginning of this episode when Lan and Moiraine like have their moment post her screwing around with the Sakanan, where she asks him what it felt like when she was channeling it, and I think it is like the water can feel what the Aes Sedai is feeling, and I think when it's a case of she's got multiple warders, she can, he can feel what she feels for the water type thing. So I think it's just a being familiar with each other. I think that he could feel that it had gone for her, that there was the loss of the bond between her and her.
Yeah.
I accept it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest way, but it was,
I want that boys to be bonded.
Max, you should post Max's comment. I also wondered if Maxim was just
there we go. Yes. That's it. Thank you. Max has worded it so much better than I was trying to word it. I could.
Yeah.
Bundle of emotions is that's the key phrase I've been missing since I've been trying to talk about this for like 3 weeks now. Yeah, I think he just realized that she couldn't feel Ivan's bundle of emotions anymore, and thus, he got used to feeling Alana feeling that, and she's noticed the lack, and that he's going to notice a difference in her through it. It's not the cleanest of situations, but short of her bonding the two together, or the Greenaja having a secret water bond, which are both possible, and I wouldn't be angry with either of them. I think that that is what we currently know of the bonds, probably the easiest way to explain it, short of her bonding the two guys. So
I'll allow it, but I don't like it.
That's fair.
I want to have a different fantasy in my head, and I'm going to stick with that.
That's fine.
Hey, you are entitled, Queen. You are absolutely entitled, 100%. I mean, and honestly, I do have to say that just from like a societal standpoint, I think what the show is doing to highlight LGBTQIA plus and polyamory falls under that umbrella, should show the normalcy of it, I think is really groundbreaking and important. And a lot of people are saying it's too woke and all this stuff, but it's so important, especially now, that there's representation for all different kinds of relationships, whether it's platonic or like you can love somebody deeply platonically and not have a sexual relationship with them, but still have such a deep connection with them. You can love more than one person at the same time. You can love more than one person in a different way. And I just love what this show is doing to highlight that love is love and relationships are relationships, and normalizing what society isn't necessarily considering normal, especially right now. And it's even more important now than ever that Amazon renew this show for season 4, because it's one of the only shows that I regularly watch that I've seen they don't shove it in your face in a way that's like, this is what we're all about. They're normalizing it. They're just showing it as people living their lives to the best that they can. And this is how they do it. And I'm here for it 100%. Everybody deserves representation. And the Wheel of Time is absolutely doing that right now.
Yeah. I agree.
I mean, it is canonical. So it's not even like
canonical. It's 100% canonical to the books.
Like, I mean, RJ was polyamorous when he was younger. Like he was in a polyamorous relationship. So, like, anybody who wants to hate on polyamory and call themselves a book cloak is like hating directly on RJ.
I mean, exactly. Like, and I can't remember what was it. Oh, it was the scene where people got so bent out of shape last week when Rand and Moiraine had their moment, when Moiraine was living all of her visions in the
yeah.
in the fourth, and they showed her and Rand in bed together, and people were so up in arms. Oh my god,
That's in the book, though.
That's practically
I didn't hear
incest. Oh, on Twitter,
What?
it was wild. It was oh my god.
Yeah, I didn't see
People were
that.
Losing their
But that's
shit.
in the books.
Yes,
That's in the books.
Canonical. It's fucking.
Yes, it
I
is.
think there were literally 10 different threads on Twitter last week where I posted, it's canonical. It happened in the books.
I didn't see those.
Moiraine even reflects
surprising.
back and says, she says, I tried making Rand my lover and it ended in disaster. It's canonical, people. Like, get out of your ass.
Now, if you want to say her and Lan fear, you could say, well, that's not in the books. I mean, but
it was hot as fuck. Let's be real.
It was.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Ray.
Dirty,
for that
filthy
one.
mouth. Yeah, it's so weird. I didn't see anybody complaining about that one. I mean, I saw people complain. What I wanted to know is, this is a funny question that was asked, but it made sense, and I was like, I didn't think about that. In episode 4, right? One of Rand's, was it Roderick? Right? He's gay, right? Him and the other guy on the wagon, they're lovers.
Yes.
He must have been married to a woman or had sex with a woman beforehand, because he has no kid, because otherwise he would have had no kids, right?
I brought this up on my podcast recording last week with Dana Lou and Koala and Morshadi. We talked about this last week.
I didn't think about it.
We talked about this last week, and I think I brought this up when I was on your show last week, Rob. For me, it was one of those things, like, they literally I really feel like it would have been less confusing if there was a third person on the wagon seat with them to kind of show, like, because it's all genetically,
like that was his genetical
line. Like, that was his genealogy, right? And so I totally love the fact that, I mean, love who you want to love, right? But I think it would be confusing if we were going from a genealogical standpoint to not see Rand's great times infinity grandmother next to his great times infinity grandfather in some way. I just thought that might have been a little confusing. I loved the message, but then then freaking Rob showed the replay of it, and I was like, oh, there's not enough room on that wagon seat for a third person.
Well, there's 10,000 wagons, so I mean, they could be on another wagon. Like, there's plenty of wagons.
The threesomes becomes.
I didn't even think about it when I watched it, and I think Tom or somebody brought it up when I was recording. I was like, I didn't even realize, like, how would he have a kid? And I was like, well, maybe he was in a relationship with a woman prior.
Yeah.
Like,
well, then my podcast co-host said, who's to know what technology was like that hadn't been lost yet at that time? Who's to say?
Like one power insemination or something
or something. Because it was clearly a scientifically advanced society, because look at the way the wagon was made, right? So who's to say that at that time they didn't still have the ability to take the essence from both people and turn it into DNA and turn it into a living person? Like, who's to say two of his mutual ancestors weren't both biologically one sex and not both or different sexes? So I just thought that was really interesting. I was like, that's a question we honestly don't know. And
maybe there was a third person in the relationship that died, right?
Or who knows?
There could have been. For Jen said I had the best one. We talked about this on 3 weeks.
Or could have been afterwards. Maybe that guy dies and then he finds comfort with a woman. Because if he did have kids, wouldn't the kid be with it? Like, wouldn't you have the kid? Unless, like, him and his wife split up or whatever, and she's got the kids or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah, who's to
a lot
say?
Of situations.
Or she's on another wagon, or she's in the like, who knows?
Who
knows? Yeah,
he's a lesbian in a lesbian relationship, and they needed a surrogate sperm donor, and boom, easy peasy.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
All the time.
True.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Fair. 100% fair.
Lots of possibilities. Yeah. Jen and I gave the best answer. I think there are obviously many great answers to this. But Jen gave the one that I don't know. I just didn't expect. Jen was so just embracing the moment and not even thinking about, like, well, it's two guys, why they can't have kids together or anything of that nature. She literally looked and was just like, I wonder how white or black presenting their kids would be. She just didn't even register it was two guys. She instantly was just like, oh, I wonder how presenting they'll be. Like,
I didn't think of either of those things.
because so few of the Aiel are like tanned or black or dark skinned or anything of that nature. They're so pale in the books. She's just like, oh, I wonder, and she's like, it's not until afterwards I was like, oh yeah, wait, it's two guys, and it's just like, Well, I guess they've got a
And-
wife, you know, and that was her. That was
Yeah.
it. You know, she's sort
And
of like,
Winter's Lady is 100% spot on right here with her comment about from The Expanse. Holden,
Okay.
the main character from The Expanse, comes from a co-op where they took DNA from 7 different people to make him. He was literally a petri dish from 7 different people to become who he was, and that is 100% true. So
Like
who's
we
to
have
say?
a-
I mean, yeah.
She brings up The Expanse. I'm going to bring up the movie Twins. Maybe it was a situation like that.
that one we did that one when we got into the discussion. We literally like, hey, twins, you know, like who knows? Sciencey society.
Yeah.
Oh
You know?
Lord, who doesn't love
Maybe-
a Danny DeVito moment? I mean, let's
Yeah.
be real, right? Like,
That is, that movie's made the most money for Arnold Schwarzenegger than any of his other movies.
I believe it.
And it's because he didn't get paid a salary for that movie. He bought into the movie, so he makes a percentage of whatever that movie made. He made a percentage of. So the fact that it blew up and he still makes money off of it. Interesting side tidbit. You wouldn't
I
think
love
that.
it. Here for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. What's the joke? Who is the guy? He played the Martian? Matt Damon. Matt Damon,
yeah.
who loves he in an interview once, he was like, "You will never find an actor in Hollywood who turned down more money than me." I was offered the role of in the main protagonist role in Avatar, and I turned it down because of the post-production work that was required on the Bourne series that we're doing at the time. He's like, "There's so much work I have to do." He's like, "I just can't commit to this." And James Cameron went to him and it's like, "I'll give you 10% of the movie." You know, or something stupid like that. You know,
Yeah.
he offered him a wicked cut, and he's like, "I just cannot commit to it. I'm really sorry. Like, I have to. The Bourne requires so much of my time." And obviously, you know, rights to that
So
insane amount of money.
Yeah.
I have one that's
grossing movies of
similar
all
to
time.
that. Off topic, very quickly. Gray Scott was in the movie Ever After with Drew Barrymore. He played the prince.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He was
movie.
also the bad guy in the second Mission Impossible movie.
Mhm. Yep.
He was originally hired as Wolverine before Hugh
Really?
Jackman. And because of post-production issues that they had during the Mission Impossible movie, he had to back out of playing Wolverine in X-Men in 1997.
the first X-Men.
And now look at Hugh Jackman and his
He would
career.
have never been as big as Hugh Jackman. I'm
No,
gonna tell you that.
but can you imagine? Can you absolutely imagine if Hugh Jackman wasn't Wolverine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's like people think Hugh Jackman, Wolverine. Like that would be like, I'm not saying Gray Scott would ever be as big as Hugh Jackman is, but that's still the whole thing of like he was originally cast as Wolverine. And don't get me wrong, Gray Scott was, I love him. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Circling back to Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time, yes.
Yes.
Please, Wheel of Time, cast Gray Scott in some role. I'd be very happy. I won't be sad at that.
Screaming.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I'm still low key. Myself and Master Deck still low key doing the who's the guy who played The Witcher now? Henry Cavill. Still trying to get Henry Cavill.
Don't get me
yes.
started.
Yes.
We love a sexy hot nerd, and he is such a fucking nerd. I can't even stand it.
We think he should play the Golem, because who wouldn't be like, oh my god, I hate the Golem is an obviously awful, nasty creature and does horrific things. But can you imagine if he were played by, you know, you would just be like, it's Henry Cavill, but he's a monster as well. You know, like it would be such a conundrum for fans. Anyway, back to this episode.
Can I bring up one of my other favorite moments?
Absolutely.
It does happen to be at a Alana Maxim moment when he's like, why are you doing this? Why did you bring me to Turnip Mountain? Which I think was like the hilarious thing. Yes. I love the turnip joke. I want to keep going forever. Turnip Mountain is.
We should send Taylor like a big bag of turnips, you know.
One of the things is like I went to Turnip Mountain. All I got was this T-shirt.
Oh my god, that's your
merch! That's a merch moment right there. Somebody please do it. I'll buy the shirt. Rob, talk to you and Riyadh.
I'll work on it.
I don't care. I will buy it.
I'll work on it tomorrow. I'll make the T-shirt. Yeah, I'll get that.
I will buy it.
It's a great moment. And he's like, why are we doing this? And she says, you're not enough, which again is kind of like a harken to the poly stuff, but which we kind of already went into. It's like you need a support system when you're trying to accomplish a goal. But I think the funniest things, this is a hashtag parent sucks moment. I don't know if anyone's brought this up yet, but when he's like, why did we come here? And she's like, we got Randolphor, we got the Hornblower, we got Nynaeve and Egwene, two of the greatest challengers we've ever seen. And she does
nothing about
not
Perrin.
mention Perrin as one of these awesome people.
Yeah, she doesn't.
I know, because he hasn't shown anything yet. He does not suck. Okay.
Well, she could have said Ta'Veren, right? She could have said he's a Ta'Veren.
Come on.
But no.
That was a moment. I was like,
she'll change her mind at the end of this season.
Exactly. She'll get
absolutely.
I was very surprised that they actually kept this as the reason. I thought they were going to go a totally different direction with why she was there, because they were keeping it so she was being so secretive about it. I don't know why now. If this was the reason, why didn't she just say so like earlier? I guess because they wanted this moment. The writers wanted this moment, but I really like that they kept this as the reason in there. I was surprised, but pleasantly surprised.
That's what she says. Oh, we have that guy who keeps killing people.
The psychopath who murders people.
The guy who can't talk about whisper. Great leader.
Yeah. There's a scene with Perrin and Dane when he's like, I thought you were a good guy. He's like, I was until you killed my dad. Like what? Like I was until you came along.
Yeah.
So quick question. Does anybody know of anybody that did a stabby stab count for this episode? Rob, I recommended it to you. You needed to add a stabby stab meter to your reaction videos for how many times people are stabbed in episodes, because there's been so much stabbing, non-consensual stabbing.
With the gray man, especially.
I mean, come on. Like
this sounds just like a supercut at some point of just, episodes 1 to 8, just all the stabs. And
you should do it.
Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah, seriously, 100%. You should absolutely do it. I am calling it that somebody needs to do it. There needs to be a stab-o-meter for how many times people are stabbed in each episode. And, there needs to be a victor at the end, because clearly
who gets stabbed the most, or who does the most
I also
stabbing.
want to know who's healing. Who the heck is healing Eamon Valda and Alana? Well, Alana got pierced. That was not stabbing. That was piercing. There's a difference.
Well, she still needs to be healed, though.
There's gonna be someone in the Two Rivers that can channel.
Well, we already one of the Cawthon girls.
In that moment, did you see what she did? The thing.
Oh, she pulled the arrow out.
Yeah, she pulled it out and shot the guy with it. I was like, yes!
Yeah.
Badass, man. I'm telling you what.
What happened? And then I backed up and I was like, wait a second.
Exactly.
I thought it would have been cooler if she asked Maxim if she could borrow the one that was in him and said, "Can I borrow that?" Pull it out of him and then do.
That's true. I'm sorry. It was Dane. It was Dane that was stabbed, not Eamon Valda.
Yes, Daniel threw the knife at him.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to know, how many stabby stab moments have there been in the Wheel of Time season 3? Because I feel like there's been a lot, and like between the Aes Sedai shooting each other with projectiles, and between the Gray Men and
the Gray Men have been stabbing a lot. That's all they do. That's like that's all Gray Men I think are programmed to do. Is just come in and stab.
And literally. And I just want to know how many stabs.
Max, don't be bringing in that negativity, Max. No. She's not going to get magically healed. She'll get normal pre-modern medicine, and then her
Max
will prevent her from taking part in battle. Maxim will be vulnerable, get killed, and no.
Okay, so Max, I was a fan of yours until now.
I'm going to say that is also, I do think we're going to lose Maxim at the end of the season. That's my prediction. And
really?
Okay.
Yeah, I believe 100%, and that's why she's going to do the bad thing. Like, I don't know how she's going to do the bad thing.
The bad thing? You think you're going to do the bad thing in the show? I really hope they don't, because it made no sense in the books.
Well, Maxim.
Well, it does make sense. There's a reason she does it.
It went nowhere.
But yeah, no, it does. It makes they definitely they come back to that a bunch of times of knowing where it's basically they're GPSing Rand so they can know
Rand,
that's what it
but
is.
it's still the bad thing. It's capital T, capital B, capital T,
Okay,
non-consensual.
but bad things
the
happen.
Bad thing.
I mean,
Bad things
we've seen a lot of bad things happen already in the show. So,
Yeah.
I mean, no one's going to say it's okay. I mean, Egwene just, just goes into people's dreams. That's really invasive and intrusive.
That's true.
Extremely.
That's true. Do you think we're gonna get Egwene and Gawain in the show?
No.
I don't know. They haven't met each other
Wayne
yet.
is my secondary character. There's no fucking way. I'm sorry. There's no way, unless she's under compulsion, that she falls for him. There's no way.
Well, she has to meet him first. So, like, that's got to happen. So, I don't know when that's happening.
And in the words of Nynaeve, it's everybody's thing. So,
that's true.
I mean, watching two boys beat each other up is one thing. Marrying one of them is a totally different thing.
So another question is Nynaeve going to have a huge channeling moment this season?
That's good.
I mean,
They seem like they're.
I'm saying yes. I said this last week when I was here, Rob, and I will die on this hill. No one agreed with me, but I will die on this hill based on the vision that Min had of Matt. Nynaeve is going to be there when they find Matt, and she is going to channel and it's going to save Matt.
What? Is Nynaeve in the vision, or you're just saying?
No. Because we know it's going to happen because Min had the vision. The vision's going to take place. Nynaeve is going to be there, and she's going to be the person who saves Matt. Channeling. That's her channeling moment. Besides that, and we know Moghedien is in Tanchico. Like, shit's going to happen. She's gonna channel big this season. Something's gonna happen, and they cannot do two full seasons of Nynaeve Almira being this meek, broken person. They just can't.
Well, the Sea Folk have given her some tips on how to channel, so I feel like they are leading towards that she's going to break her block this season.
I hope so. Not necessarily break her block, but channel through her block. Like, come to the root of what is blocking her and acknowledging that she can only channel when this is happening. Like, because right now it's just like,
I don't think the block is the same as the books where because she clearly can't channel when she's angry either. They've taken that out of there.
Has she been angry though?
Yeah, she's been angry a couple of times.
Leandrin had her up against the wall in the White Tower.
Was she angry or was she
channeled
scared?
Though? I don't know, but
has she been angry? Like when she was when the White Tower when she was in the hall, she was scared.
Well, she channeled with Rima when they were. Right, she wasn't angry then when they were playing with the Adam.
True,
but that also contributed to her block.
I think they've kind of taken that part, the anger part out of it, and I feel like it's the whole thing that the Sea Folk said today. Like, she's too controlling and won't give up control, and that's the problem. Like, she needs to learn how to surrender.
So hard right now.
Yeah, I think she just needs to learn how to surrender to it. I think that's what they're going to go with. I don't know. Feels like it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I feel like we might be moving to that point. I'm with you. I'm like, come on, not another season with.
I mean, I don't need like a mass AOE healing moment like we got in season 1, but I need to see her have a win. I need to see Nynaeve have a win and
start to figure it out.
Exactly, right? Like, so I mean, we know she encounters Moghedien because of the trailer, right? We saw them together in the trailer. We know Moghedien is in Tanchico because of the end of episode 3. Yeah. Oh my God. At the very end of episode 3, she's the servant.
No, I mean like Nynaeve and Moghedien.
Yes, they were together in the trailer.
Yeah, there's the scene. It looks like she's using repulsion on Nynaeve.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
So, anyway, It could also be that they get captured. So they do like a combination of like the tier, they're captured in tier.
Oh, yeah.
Tanchico. They could be merging those things together.
That's good.
I'm actually talking a lot right now. I'm going to kind of ease off the talking.
No, that's a good idea. I like it that they get captured and maybe Matt and Tom or Min or somebody goes and helps them. I will say this. I'm going to give a little insight because I thought we were going to get like the Moghedien Nynaeve scene in this season, but I'm not so sure because I would say but Tom interviewed Zoe, and there was a question we asked about Moghedien, her like Nynaeve and Moghedien's relationship, and the answer that she gave kind of led me to believe that that might be like one of the only scenes we have is the scene that we saw in the trailer. Like there's no big, they're not going to be adversaries yet in this season.
But that would make sense because you only want to have like one big, huge showdown per season. You don't want to have like multiple things, right? So the big thing that's leading up right now is Lanfear and Moiraine. That's like the big lead up right now. So that would make sense to plant the seeds for a future.
And then Nynaeve and Moghedien being the next.
So instead of Robin and Nynaeve, or Nynaeve being there with Robin, maybe it's with she's got Moghedien there with the Adom in Fires of Heaven, is that right? Like they're there in Tel'aran'rhoid, but they're not part of it. Maybe they do something more in season 4. Again, Amazon Prime, season 4. Please announce it.
Yes, that would be great. I'm not sure if Joe left or he just turned his video off. We'll find out. I'm going to end the poll that's running. So only about half of you who are watching have voted in this poll. But you know, it's been up for a while, so we're going to end it anyway. It's kind of, 50-50. It's 55-45 that Maxim will survive season 3. So that's very 50-50, basically. That's
a good take though. That's like a really to kind of give Alana purpose for future seasons. I mean, it kind of like lose everything. When you lose everything, what do you do? Yeah. It would be compelling for TV.
They're making her extremely likable. Like she needs to be out of her mind with grief to do something horrible,
Yeah.
Otherwise, what's the point of making her likable? Like at this point, like that's not who she is,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. We need a life-changing trauma if she's going to do the bad thing.
Yeah, that's true. Fair.
Someone suggested, where is it? Anthony suggested. So this season is Liandrin versus Nynaeve.
I would also agree with that. There's going to be some kind of showdown there. I don't know how.
Hey, Joe.
All of a sudden everything reset. like StreamYard got lost access to my microphone and my camera, and I don't know. It's weird.
Okay.
But it's back. I just refreshed it and I'm fine.
Have you guys talked about?
Sorry, I was just gonna say I'm gonna head out anyway, so I didn't want to just leave it like I disappeared. So,
so you didn't want to Irish goodbye us. You just came back to say goodbye.
Yes, I came back to say goodbye.
All right. Any final thoughts before you go though on this episode, Joe?
No, I guess I'm excited. The more I talk about this episode, the more I like it. So my thoughts about it have been changing since I first saw it. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen next. Actually, I want to watch episode 7. Really, that's what I'm waiting for.
Oh man, episode 7. Like I'm scared of episode 6 because Rami killed us with her episode 6 in season 2. Although we don't quite.
Oh my god,
we don't have anyone stuck in a similar situation to Egwene currently in this season.
That we know of.
That we know. Oh, yeah, that's true. But yeah, episode 7, man. I've seen people talking about it here and there, and I think episode 7 is just going to break us all.
Yes,
in the good way.
It's my favorite part of the Shadow Rising, that whole thing. So
mine too. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry, and I don't even know this out yet.
I'm gonna leave before Beth cries.
Spoilers.
Yeah. It's going to be worse than when Uno. But yes, thank you, Joe. I apprate you stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
Man. It's been so long, so I do appreciate it.
Yes, I'll be back again sometime.
Yes. Episode 7. All right, take care, mate. Yeah, I don't know, like I posted something about episode 7 a while back, a couple of weeks ago, and like Rami replied to me and she's like, yeah, you guys aren't ready. I was like, oh no, don't do that.
Is episode 7 gonna be Two Rivers based?
Episode 7 is the Battle of the Two Rivers.
Okay, I just needed to mentally prepare myself for that, to have lots of Kleenex on hand, because MDK is coming back from what I understand, and I am not here for it. Like I'm not ready.
I fully expect, every awesome moment of
all the feels.
All the feels. Yeah. So I love this DK Moon. Perrin isn't my favorite part of any book, but Shadow Rising Perrin part is good.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Perrin, no, you know what? Perrin, Shadow Rising, Perrin, Do My As Wells. Like, I would fuck that Perrin.
Alex says,
I'm literally F-bombs now that we've already said a couple.
yeah. Alex says, I think this thing with her wanting an army is Alana beginning to cope with grief, and it's just going to go further if she loses another warder. Very, very true.
Ooh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
So,
have you guys talked about the Mo and Swan movement yet?
No, not yet.
No, not really. No. I love a closure moment, though.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm going to listen, but I'm also going to go refill my drink while you start in on your exposition. I'll be back in a moment.
Get it? I was also asked by No Tie to put forward this other. I'm not a great one for predictions, so I don't really usually try to think of them. I'm like, I'm enjoying this and I'm going along with it, which is why I'm also like, don't really have a favorite episode or like any criticisms because I'm just here for the ride. But No Tie has all kinds of great little predictions, and she made one, and also Jana Sadai also I saw made it. Which is that that Swan is going to take Tom's place in a Tower of Genji, like so I will find you and I will wait for you. You know, so they have the moment where Swan says, in this life, in the next life, every life I'll be looking for you, and Moiraine says, I will wait for you. So, I didn't come up with that. I'm just putting it forward for everyone to enjoy.
Okay. Do you know what? I like this. Can we just next Tom?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, it's easy to put him somewhere else.
It's just like it's Andrew loves it in chat. Also, Max is like, wow, I suggest a dramatically compelling arc in which Maxim dies and Beth says no. Beth says she no longer likes me. Then she agrees with someone saying Alana should lose another warder. I see how it is. Obviously joking. I love that. That's great. Okay, so
I mean,
so
I don't
Moiraine still ends up
breakup, though. Like, I don't.
It felt like a legit breakup, didn't it?
I don't know. Did
it? I mean, Moiraine definitely tried. Because
she thinks she's gonna die. She thinks she's already dead. She thinks she's dead man walking. Of course, she's trying to move on. You know, if she's like, break it now, let her move on before I die, rather than the love of my life, who I'm actively dating, is dead. You know, like,
yeah. Because she does come in with like two things. Firstly, the White Tower must bend and need to round off 4. Otherwise, that's it. And then she tries to say the second thing and can't. And she's like, and that's it. I'm a bounce.
She doesn't say it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
She thinks she's dead. She thinks that no matter what, she is going to die.
All right. So it was a breakup on Moraine's side.
Yes, it was a protective breakup.
It was a protective breakup. That was the epitome of it's not you, it's me.
Oh yeah, look at Max's comment. Matt going with Swan and Genji after the Huan speech. We're running into that building. Will you be the one that runs into the building? Exactly. Great, Max.
Oh my god.
See, they're going in there together.
Yes.
It's happening, y'all. It is happening.
Oh, I'm in for this. So did you capture all that?
They're gonna stop. We're gonna look at each other like, you ready for this? We're going in.
All right.
You're not stopping until everybody's out.
Was this Janya Sadai who came up with this?
Also No Tie separately.
Okay, so No Tie and Janya
maybe
Sadai
other people also that I haven't seen
have suggested that instead of Tom chasing after Moiraine in the Tower of Genji, that it would be Swan instead. And then Max has just come in with this comment saying, and Matt going with Swan to Genji after Juan, like her Uncle Juan's speech, being like, will you be there when the flames are high running in and out of that building? Can you imagine the two of them going to be like, let's go in and do this, you know? Oh, that would kill me. That would absolutely, yeah, it is like Vashy's, it's perfect. Alex says it's, perfect as well. It's, yeah.
So my whole take on Moiraine and Swan is that this was the closure for them. I really feel like you saw it in episode 1 when Moiraine saved Swan from the crumbling building, but she didn't stay. And I just think that the fact that Moiraine was humbling herself enough to ask Egwene for help to get there was just like she's reconciled with what she thinks her fate is, and she needed to say goodbye to the person she loved more than half of her life, right? And I don't know if anything is going to come future wise for them. I don't know if what the show will do with that, but I loved this moment between them. Like Moiraine wanted to save Swan enough not to say, I know I'm going to die, or I think I'm going to die. It's, this is what I've been through. She just wanted to have that moment. She wanted to give Swan that moment of togetherness and love. And, but also Moiraine is sticking to her guns about what her life mission has been, which is finding the Dragon Reborn and doing whatever she could to ensure that the prophecies of the dragon are met. And so she's still telling Swan, we were wrong. She's delivering this message that is going to be the salvation or the doom of the White Tower as they know it, and of the entire world as they know it. The White Tower has to bend knee to Rand al'Thor. Not Rand al'Thor needs to bend knee to the White Tower. It's got to be the opposite. Everything we have always thought was true. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, that is going to be what leads to Swan losing power, is her making some kind of proclamation, because Elida is going to challenge her, and her making some kind of proclamation about the Dragon Reborn and about how the truth as we know it isn't what it is, and this is what needs to happen. And that is ultimately going to be what causes people to revolt against her and overthrow her as the Emerald Seat. She's going to listen to Moiraine. She's going to say it to the tower, and or to the Hall of the Tower, and that's going to be what causes Elida to be able to get enough support to have her dethrone's not the word I'm looking for, deposed,
right? Yeah,
to have her deposed. And so I don't know that we'll see Moiraine and Swan again together in the show. I would love it if we did. I would love that, like, because the Tom and Moiraine thing never really is amazing, but so it would be great if they replaced that storyline with Swan. I would love that.
I have two things to answer to that. One, everyone said that not everyone, people said that last season about the Swan and Moiraine, that was the end. Like, if you remember, Jansen was like, there's no chance we're ever going to see them again together.
You're absolutely right. And I disagreed with Jansen last year when he said that on the way of the Leaf. I absolutely disagreed with him when he said that.
I remember that episode. But also, like, from a tactical standpoint, like, I don't know how much this comes into play in terms of, like, their decision making, but like Moiraine is a wildly popular
very
story.
Popular. It is.
And like killing off Swan or like breaking them up long term is going to anger a very large and very vocal portion of the fan base.
And that's fair. That's a very fair, valid point to bring up, the fact that they have done such a pivot from the books to actually showcase this deep-seated lesbian love affair that's lasted literally decades at this point, right? Yeah. And then to trivialize it or not give it some kind of culmination of happy ending, like the what is it called? The happily ever after, the HAH, to not give them that would be criminal. If they keep them both alive through the end of the series and they are not together, like retiring from being Aes Sedai, living their best lives in whichever way they decide, whether it's a fisherman's hut or a manor in Kyrian, whatever they decide, like to not let them have that happily ever after moment. I would agree with you. So they're either going to have to kill one of them, kill both of them, or let them have their they've lived, they've seen this quest through to the end. They gave up so much of their lives, so now they're going to live the rest of their lives together. They have to do it. I agree with you 100%.
I mean, in terms of bookending the entire like show, if we're thinking long term, like it starts with like our first scene is Moiraine getting ready to go out on this journey. You know, if they're gonna do like a clean bookending, you know, the end is her, you know, taking her gear off and like it's over. You know,
yeah. Oh my god, I'm here for it.
Over.
I'm actually here for it. I am now a stan of that moment. I'm here for it. This has to happen. This has to happen. Or they both need to die.
Well, here's the like. Isn't there? Did Rafe say something that there's like a controversial moment in episode 8 that they're curious how the fandom's going to react to? You know, imagine if that was, you know, killing off Swan and not Moiraine or something like that, you know.
That'd be a bad look, man. They're killing so many black people.
Yeah. That
has also been in discussion this week on the rounds. I have in the conversations that I've seen, conversations of the amount of melanated people that they have cast in evil roles or dying in this book or in this show is kind of not great.
Yeah.
One negative thing. I love it, the show. I love the show. But that is kind of one negative thing that has been kind of making the rounds.
Yeah. I mean, like, if it was, you know, some here or there, you could be like, oh, okay, like, you know, it's just, you know, people got jobs. Like the guy who originally played Ivan went and got himself a job in, what's that Netflix show? It's about a girl who ends up being a model and she's like a nobody type thing. And he's the photographer. He plays the photographer. It's like a major role for him.
Something Miami.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's on Netflix and it's like, it's a, you know, it's not like the main person. It's not like the main role, but it's much higher up than being, you know, the bodyguard of some Aes Sedai who's in like 3 episodes a season type thing. You know, he's like the second main character, so to speak. So like he left because of that job. You know, he moved on.
Sure.
And, you know, I think people expected Ivan to survive and Maxim to die. And then they were like, well, let's make the switch and explore the grief of losing your focal point of a triad, which I think is a beautiful way to turn that situation around. But yeah, there has been a lot of it. This is true. So
that's another reason why I think Maxim might not survive this season. Of like,
fair.
Like we're only going to kill the black warders, all right?
Maybe that's the controversial thing. We're losing our snack water.
Yeah,
you know,
his hair's cut. He cut his hair. I hate trying to bring it out. Like I saw someone talking about.
They all wear wigs. Come on, everybody. Even Daniel Henney wears a wig. You know, like everybody wears wigs.
Yeah.
I mean, never mind.
So apparently, years ago, Rafe said there's a death in season 3 that shocked even non-book readers on staff. So,
okay,
interesting.
I mean, what they're gonna do? They kill like Perrin or something? If they kill Perrin, I'm gonna stop watching. Shush! Shut your mouth! Shut your dirty mouth! If they killed Perrin, I would stop making Wheel of Time content.
I mean, honestly, Perrin might not be the most exciting, but Perrin is the most steadfast, is the most on point, the most on brand from the beginning of the books to the end of the books. He's the person who's had the least transformation, and you need to have that anchor. You've got to have that person that you can go home to. And to me, that's who Perrin is in the books.
Like, what if the last shot of season 3 is Matt hanging in the doorway? I mean, what a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that would be like, okay, and I don't know how many of you guys ever watch this, because imagine this, it doesn't get renewed for season 4 and that's how it ends. That would be just like the reboot of the TV show V. If you guys watched V. It was originally a miniseries that came out in the 80s about aliens pretending like coming to Earth, and they're really sinister. Morena Baccarin, is that her name? From Firefly and Deadpool. She starred in it as like the absolute big bad guy. And then there was like this cliffhanger.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, it was the old aliens and things, wasn't it? Yeah, so
yeah, there was a cliffhanger, and then they canceled the show.
Yeah.
Morena Baccarin was in it. Scott Wolf was in it. The lady from Manifest was in it, and they brought back one of the original people from V, the miniseries. I mean, like they left it this underground movement was coming up, and then it ended. It was like the first alien hybrid human baby was born, and it ended.
Yeah,
it was like
It was a great show. Yeah, Diana. There we go. Diana was the character's name. Oh, she was so evil. It was quite a thing.
It was Mark Singer. Mark Singer. If you guys, okay, I'm a Gen Xer, so I'm dating myself right now. Okay, Mark Singer starred in V. He also starred in Beastmaster, the original Beastmaster movie. He was like my second or third Hollywood crush because my first was Mark Hamill in Star Wars. But Mark Singer with Kodo and Podo, the ferrets, in Beastmaster. If you've never watched Beastmaster, you need to. I believe James Earl Jones was also in Beastmaster. It's such a great freaking 80s movie. It's like along there with like Red Sonja and Conan the Barbarian, like kind of like those action adventure fantasy movies from the 80s. Absolutely, please watch Beastmaster. Oh, Dovey, anyway, your YouTube channel. You have to watch Beastmaster.
Okay.
With Matt Stagger's here too. Matt Stagger can write that down.
I'm sorry, I've gone back off topic. I am
swinging back to Wheel of Time.
Mark Singer to make a cameo on the Wheel of Time, please.
Have we talked about the Illuminators Guild?
No. I love how Beth and I were both confused by that.
Did you see it?
No.
It's in the background when the ship pulls into Tanchico.
What? Excuse me while I find that scene.
Pull it up.
I did not catch on to
that. It's a sick ass like stadium. It's a building and the middle is a hole, and the
I didn't see it. I did not catch that. Ooh, Miranda Baccarin would be a great Barrelane. I think she's a little too old at this point to play Barrelane like Planet Fool. I think she's a little Miranda Baccarin.
I don't know who that is.
I'm just trying to find the moment where they arrive in Tanchico.
I did not catch this, and I have rewatched the episode, and I still did not catch this.
All right, here we go. We're at the. I've got the sound off so we can talk over it easily.
Oh my god, I love Min. I love her so much.
It'll be on there for like 3 seconds. It's at the very top back part of the city.
Just yell at me when to pause.
You'll see it. Not what you're looking for. Just look at the back part of the city. It's not hard to see.
In the background of the city. Oh, wow.
I didn't even catch that.
Oh, amazing. Night flowers, everybody.
Look at that. Can you zoom in on the building? It's cool, it's a stadium.
I can't, but what I can do is I can snip a photo of it and then
I love that. Dovey coming in with an Easter egg, like, yeah, let's go.
I gotta have your little back of the envelope notes.
Right.
I'm a researcher, baby.
You are the ever-present scientist.
I'm a researcher, baby. So what? Sorry.
My drink is empty. But I think if I drink another one, I'm gonna be not coherent.
You're gonna get the incoherent spicy rather than the regular spicy.
I drink some tea out of my mouse mug.
Love it.
Mouse mug. That's cute. All right. So here it is, zoomed in. Look, brown building.
See?
I wonder if I can. Let me edit this, and I reckon I can mess around with the make it brighter and such.
Oh my god, Rob, you said I reckon.
I reckon.
Yeah. It's an interesting contrast between seeing like a lot of poverty and then also like in the background we have this like display of what is, in modern standards, wealth.
That is so. I didn't even catch that. I love that. Dana Lou, did you catch this? I'm just curious.
I think I've over-sharpened the fireworks there. We'll put that back.
I absolutely did not catch this at all.
I don't really think I'm
Like
going to get much.
it's round and like metal looking almost.
Yeah.
At least not light.
I love that. I'll see if I can get maybe a different
Enhanced indeed, Skeeter.
a different moment. Let me roll that back and then play it again and see what I can capture. So this is a shame you can't like zoom in and out on like the Prime stuff.
Yeah.
Not that you can on YouTube either. I wonder what that gives me. No, I mean, you see a little, if I capture it really early, you do see like the fireworks and such really going off. So 1 second. No, you can only go back 10 seconds at a time. Otherwise I lose everything. So you have to just wait for me to find the moment. So here we go.
While you're doing that, I will note one of my other little notes on my envelope. Elida threatening to Birch the acceptance.
Yes!
Oh yeah.
That was amazing.
Not threatening to send this to the Mistress of Novices, threatening to do it herself.
Yeah.
So I'm enjoying that Elida impact top moment.
I love how ruthless Elida is. I love how she is like whatever it takes.
Yeah. When she called Swan River trash, I was like,
oh yeah.
Are you kidding me?
That one, I was like, you did not just do that.
Bold.
You know,
Very bold.
Oh, I love how she just kind of came straight in when she had her conversation with Swan about how like this world leaders have come here and sat here and they're sitting in these coarse chairs. This should be a place of like luxury, and you've made it a fisherman's hut. And you will never be anything more than the trash you were when you showed up here when you were 9 years old. Like, what?
Bold.
Literally, what the heck, man? She is ruthless, and I'm here for it. I love it.
she is very, very ruthless. That is quite true.
That's a huge building.
It's a huge building.
It's a bulky building, that's for sure. So, good catch. Did you see that, or did someone point that out to you?
I saw it on my second watch. And someone else might have also seen it. I've been not on the apps much.
Not on the socials. That's fair. You know,
I've been really busy at work. This episode was the first one I didn't watch at midnight because I just
really? Have you been getting
and like getting up at 4 a.m. for work? So
right, yes, that's fair. So yeah, Elida doing the whole river trash thing, like, is that's really showing off sort of kind of how little power Swan has at the moment. That someone can come in for a private audience, call it river trash, and kind of get away with it, you know.
Very girthy, Skeeter says.
What?
Girthy.
Oh yes. Yeah.
When you randomly look over at chat for the first time in 5 minutes, and that's the first thing you see.
Yeah.
Very girthy.
Yeah. So now here's the thing. Everyone keeps saying this. Elida was the one who sent away the old wisdom that Nynaeve talked about. Now,
ooh.
I'm going to be honest. When I heard her talking to Swan, you know, and being like, you know, you river trash, you're still the same as when you turned up, you know, at 9 years old with dirty feet, basically. And then I saw someone talk about like, oh, clearly Elida is the one who sent away the wisdom from the two rivers. I was like, now I know they don't put things in the show, you know, arbitrary. You know, that it will be, yeah, we've put that in there in the hopes that when you watch it back, you will remember that. And I'm sure that's probably what it was put in there for. But my initial reaction when someone said that comment to me was just like, why specifically Elida? She can't be the only Aes Sedai in the tower that arrogant to say that to someone who turned
pretentious.
up. That pretentious.
That's true.
I was just like, I get the vibe that most Aes Sedai are kind of like that, you know? So it's and I'm not sitting there being like everyone who thinks it is wrong. I'm sure that's probably what it was put in for, but it was like I just thought Aisha really arrogant. I don't see why it has to be Elida.
That's fair.
And I felt
But it
so
would
bad.
kind of make sense if it was.
Yeah.
Although, how many years ago would that have been? 40?
30 or 40, yeah.
Yeah.
So it would track because, well,
It-
Elida could have been in the tower at the time because we know that Swan is like, what, probably 70 to 80 years old at this point.
Yeah, but Swan also has only been Aes Sedai 20 years.
True, fair. But so has Moiraine, right?
Yeah. But it's like Elida would have been in the tower because so Elida went for Amelin's seat at the same time as Swan, and Swan beat Elida.
Right. Okay.
And I could, I can see it, Elida turning it. The old wisdom would have turned up before this whole like random
Sure.
kids were born. And
Well,
stuff.
how long was Swan
It's
a
like-
novice or an accepted?
That's a good question because that's what the timeline is confusing to
Yeah.
me because it's clear that based on how old Moiraine's younger sister was, Moiraine's got to be 80-ish.
Because
But
Swan
they've
said
only been
Elida was
Aes
her teacher.
right. So if she got there when she was 9 years old, that means that Swan was a novice for 20 years and an accepted for another 20 years. Like the time, that's one of the things that has irked me is with their decision to really severely age up Moiraine and Swan. Because if Moiraine's younger sister is like in
Right.
her late 60s or early 70s, that means Moiraine is in her 70s to 80s at
Yes.
and if she's only been Aes Sedai for 20 years, how
Yeah.
long has she been a novice and how long was she accepted? Because if Swan is the same age generally as Moiraine and she got to the tower when she was 9, did it really take you 40 years to
I mean-
or 50 years to become a full Aes Sedai?
To my understanding, it was pretty common for people to spend 15 to 20 years at each level.
Yeah, but Moiraine and Swan are among the strongest of the current age. That would make that to me is from a book standpoint. That's where I have to turn off book brain and just enjoy show brain and not overthink it too much. Like that's a timeline issue for me that I just
And
if I sit on it too long, it's not going to sit well with me.
it doesn't bother me at all. I was just like, so they spent 20 years at each level. I'm just like,
Yeah, but the
slow to
strongest, but the strongest of their age before Egwene
mean,
and Nynaeve show up,
raw power doesn't, equate talent. And I'm not saying they're untalented. They are talented now. But,
that's true. They could have
you know.
actually not been newly raised. They could have been established
Yeah.
Aes Sedai. They weren't necessarily newly raised when they had that.
yeah, I
meeting
mean,
with
they could
Katara.
be newly raised in the sense of, only been sisters for 5-10 years.
Yeah,
you
and
know.
that would make more sense.
Yeah.
But Anthony says, I think they had already been Aes Sedai for a while because they were already talking about retirement.
Yeah, maybe. They were stuck in the tower because of the Aiel War, and maybe they were lower in the pecking order to go outside and do things. Who knows?
Yeah, it was like it's not been fully explained out, fully flushed out, but like the comments about Elida knowing Swan since she was 9 years old and remembering that, and now we know that Moiraine is 80, and if they were in love with each other back then, unless there's an age gap and Moiraine is considerably older than Swan, which could be,
Yeah. There's no reason that Swan can't be 40 years old instead of Moiraine's 80.
Yeah, and in book Elida was only 5 years older than them. That is very true. And they've definitely changed that. They've changed that. For sure.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
So who knows? Like, it's something that in the grand scheme of things doesn't actually.
It really
necessarily-
doesn't. But again, that's why I have to like suspend my book brain from my show brain and just enjoy the show for what it is
Yeah.
and not overthink what's written in the books and just really enjoy the show on its own merit and not chronically compare it to the books.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. All right. So since we're talking Tanchico, what
Are we tanning there?
I mean, of
Because I
course
need sunscreen. I think all three of us would need ample
Yeah,
sunscreen.
I did, yeah. Well, no, yeah. I mean, I always wear sunscreen anyway because
I do too. Same.
I was just like, New Zealand's living bad ozone layer. I'm like, you can burn when it's cloudy and overcast and 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So
I think Texas is the same thing.
There we go.
Living here, yes.
But I mean, there is a beach just over to the right. Look at that. Sexy beach you could go tan on. Which is funny because when I rewatched this, I'm pretty sure I put a photo of this somewhere. Put an arrow on it saying, "Oh, bet there's some good tanning on that beach," and put it up. And I had no idea. Now I need to look at my phone. Did I take a screenshot and actually not realize that I did this? I must have done it on my computer. But yeah, I've literally got a screenshot somewhere of this image with like an arrow pointing to the beach. Oh, that'd be great to tan on. No idea there's fireworks going on in the background.
I honestly literally had no clue. I seriously never saw the fireworks until today.
Yeah. But yeah, I love not the Tanchico, but the Windfinders and that. What do you think? I don't know. I love these Windfinders weaves. They are amazing.
Yeah, it looks like Northern Lights.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking. They are like the Northern Lights. Skip ahead to actually seeing that. Or
having seen like all the regular weaves and then having seen the Sakarnan weaves and then seeing this, it really gives like a spatial concept of, because they like in the books they describe like how thick the weaves were that the Windfinders are weaving, and this kind of really gives that like the scale of how much they're weaving.
It is just insane, and it's beautiful. Yeah, it's really gorgeous. Whoever pitched, they should look like the Aurora Borealis. Give that person a raise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whoever sat down and was like, "This is how we should do the weaves." Yeah, kudos. Because it just makes so much sense. Dana asks, "Where are all the sailors?" That's not a bad shout, actually. Where are all the sailors?
Didn't we see them when they first got on the boat?
I think we did see them.
There were quite a few sailors on board when they got on the ship. There's been some talk about the representation of the sea folk in this episode. Yeah. I'm not going to really talk about it because I'm not a person of color, but I do know that there are some people of color in this community that were not necessarily pleased with the way that the sea folk were necessarily represented. I will let
dark skinned.
Yeah, I would give. I'll let the people of color address that. But overall, I loved them. I thought I did not have an issue with their representation personally, but I'm going to respect the people who might not be overly pleased with the way that they were represented. I loved the way the weaves were done. I loved the nose chain. Like, seriously, this was everything to me. Like, I was so here for it. And I just really I think that they're doing a really good job of trying to bring these different races and cultures to life. Even if we don't see another sea folk person in this entire series, they showed them, and they showed the weaves, and they showed Elaine's desire to not be constrained by who she is as a person in society. And the fact that she really resonated with it. And they took that from the books, because when you think about it, Elaine's interactions were on her voyage from Tanchico were so short-lived, but it resonated with her and it stuck with her throughout the entire series. And so I think they did a really good job of bringing this to life.
I agree. Absolutely agree. So it was fun to see Avienda on the boat at the end. I will say that. I know, but then we realized actually when I was talking to the three-wheeling earlier that Avienda, Bane, and Shiad spent a month on a boat. Well, not necessarily a month on a boat, but spent time on a boat getting back from farm to the White Tower, because like Elaine says to Avienda, "Well, you slept on the deck every night." So they've been on a boat before. So here we go. In relation to your comment there, Andrew was saying just one person of color's view, but I'm much happier with seeing a wide array of colors and features all through the Westlands and not segregated.
I don't disagree with that either, because if you look at the Aiel, when Rand and company are entering Cold Box Hold, there are 2 very melanated Aiel behind Rand. And they caught my eye because in my book brain, Aiel are all fair skinned, and you might have some people that are dark, that have dark hair, but they're still, as a race, very fair skinned people. And they've done some, they have cast people who are not fair skinned in the role of Aiel, and that resonated with me, and I really enjoyed it. So, you know, like, I do overall appreciate that they are not just making everything based on how segregated everything was racially in the books.
Yeah.
Sure.
And we've got another comment here. Mrs. and apologies if I say this wrong, Anamanda Rake. As a Black African, I was hoping to see some dark-skinned brothers and sisters as sea folk, but I am genuinely okay with what we got. So, you know, like,
Also
it's not
fair.
It's not perfect, but you know, it's people. Well, at least in these comments here, people seem to, you know, be okay.
Yeah, 100%. But everybody is entitled to their opinion. If you're a person of color and you feel like you're underrepresented, then you are 100% entitled to feeling what you're feeling.
Yeah.
It's not our place to say you're right or you're wrong, because you are 100% to be feeling the way you're feeling.
Yeah.
And I personally, as a person, I am very appreciative of seeing the inclusivity that the series is bringing in multiple different ways, as far as sexuality, gender, everything, color, racial stuff. This show, like I said before, is groundbreaking and trendsetting when it comes to that in general. So
yeah.
And I think they have a moment on the boat that really kind of highlights that, like, that most of the viewers are viewing things through a American, if not Western lens.
Right.
And, you know, the sea folk woman who says, like, there's more than one way to be a channeler, you know, which is like really just like your concept of what is normal is only normal for you. And there are many cultures throughout the world that are having a much different idea of what is normal. And so, like, don't expect that it's going to be exactly what you expect.
And Dana Lou, as a Gen Xer, brings up another point. Age too. Ageism, baby. Get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. You could be a leading lady in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, and you're not too old for that shit.
Yeah.
You're not too old to be amazing. You're not too old to be excellent. Let's go.
Yeah.
100%.
Completely agree.
And men. So. I said ladies, and men as well.
I agree with Light Blind. I thought, speaking as a white guy, there's too many white guys in the show. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm not even making this up. When we had the Dark Friend sort of, like, you know, meet up at the episode 3, okay, when fucking Ravin turns up, I was just like, thank God, a white guy that's gonna die who's evil. Like, you know?
And I do have to admit that is something a little there. There are a lot of melanated people in this show that are evil, that are, and I don't necessarily love that. But it doesn't, I don't know. I tend to try to stay silent on, or very kind of like unopinionated on those things, because it's not my place. As a white person, it's not my place to really be super critical about that. That's me. Just, I've learned to kind of let other people that have more of a right to voice those concerns, as opposed to me being a social justice warrior. So, but it is something that has resonated with me personally. Like, so.
I mean, what do we think about Grendel and Semirog? Like, Semirog
they have to show them in their glory.
Dark. Semirog is canonically dark skinned, right?
True.
Like, they can't have all of the Forsaken be light skinned, can they?
What if they flip flop them? What if they made Grendel? What if they made Grendel? Like, people have been calling for Lizzo to be Grendel for like 3 years at this point. So,
well,
I mean, I would be
understand
here
that.
for it 100%.
I understand that, and I'm not an expert on her music, but I understand her music is very.
It's not just her music; it's her persona. It's
Yeah,
her absolutely embracing who she is and just owning it and being unapologetic for her appearance. That's the thing. It's like being unapologetic for who you are, and like I wouldn't be sad if they made. I mean, Semirog is amazing, and I love. I want them to absolutely hone in on the pleasure, the sadistic side of Semirog. I really hope that they hone in on that because like the mental side of what Semirog did is so key. If you think about Cabriana Mercandus and what they did to her and what they did to her warder, that would be such a freaking amazing cold open is watching Cabriana Mercandus be interrogated by Semirog and her warder dying from pleasure. Chewing his tongue off because he had too much pleasure. Like, I'm here for it. Because this show has shown this season they are not afraid to go grimdark. They are not afraid to pull out all the stops with the shock value.
People are asking, do we think Rima is Semirog?
I've heard that more than once, and that would be very interesting if they were to do that.
I have a prediction for Grendel.
What is it?
Savannah is Grendel.
Yes.
She's so skinny.
I don't think so, because you need to have assholes that aren't dark fronts in this show.
I mean, she's hot as heck.
She's hot as fuck. Don't get me wrong. She's hot as fuck. The bi-curious person in me is all about the female introductions this season. But if they make every person who doesn't have like a good moral compass a dark friend or a
we've got plenty that aren't. We've got plenty that aren't. I just, we need someone who can fuck with Rand in terms of dragons and such in the Threefold Lands. Mysteriously, Savannah's husband has just died, and she's like, "Well, I'll just marry his son, and if he doesn't make it back out, I'll marry the brother."
My new husband, his son Muradin.
Exactly.
He's a comment here. Can you pull up Jorlia? Alviarin, maybe Semirog. If they're getting rid of Mistana, they could put Semirog in the tower instead.
Who's coming?
Jorlia.
Yeah,
Alviarin. Oh, right. There we go. Right. Yes. Sorry.
Replacing Mizana in the tower.
Yeah.
I think the hidden Forsaken is already in the tower. I think they've already been planted in there. They've already inserted themselves in there. I just have no idea who it is.
Audrey says based on set picks, they reckon Samra will be in the. It's called the Threefold Land. Everybody,
it is. Get it right, everybody.
There's a lot. There's a lot of it, like the Io Waste, the Io Waste. No, the Threefold Land. Name it correctly, people.
Did you see my post?
Your post?
The other day, I was making my warder, was my non-reader warder. We were talking about it, and he's like, "Oh, are they going to go to the Trifold Land?" like a trifold, like a brochure.
It's not a dessert, okay?
Trifold, like
no, I know. I get trifold. Yes, yeah. But it sounded like it almost sounded like trifle, like a dessert, So
it was hilarious.
But yeah, based on the set pitch, that Samuel would end up in the Threefold Land. That would be interesting. So,
which would make sense because he does do that in the books. He deals with Savannah, with the Narbaha, and
he does.
My biggest question is the last one.
It's Asmodean.
So do you think it's going to be Tamodian?
Nope. I just think it's Asmodean.
You don't think they're going to put Mazrim? They're going to make Mazrim time? And I'm going to be so disappointed.
All right.
I'm going to be so disappointed.
1 second. I need to find something.
I'm not necessarily thinking that it's Demandred. But I still think they're going to merge. I still think they're going to merge Mazrim Time and a Forsaken together. I know you. Are you going to bring up the totem from season 1 with the guitar?
Nope.
Ah!
I'm not bringing that up. I am giving you. Let me make this bigger actually before I give you just. It's not going to. Can I just say
I'm so sorry. Your theory isn't going to pan out on.
My theory is going to pan out. It's just the photo when I expanded the window was tiny, but I was like, yeah.
So basically, it's for Skeeter's purposes, it was not girthy.
No, for Skeeter's purposes, it was not girthy. So I'm fixing that. Okay, we are correcting that error. We are girthying up.
Max Silva, I love it.
What does Max Silva put in
chat? I love your
chat?
theory.
Where is this? My loony theory. Demandred was killed before Lewis developed the seal plant and got naturally born as same. Ooh, I'm down for that. Yeah. All
I
right.
wouldn't be sad at that.
Here we go, ladies and gents. Here is your Asmodean. The man in the hat.
Okay.
I've been saying this since the photo came out. I think that is Asmodean right there.
But wait, is that from a promo shot? From
This is from the Tanchico first look photos. So I'm guessing.
I haven't looked at any of these, so this is new to me. I've deliberately been avoiding any extra stuff.
This came out
so I can experience the show and just being the show.
This came out like 2 months ago or something stupid. This came out like weeks and weeks and weeks before the show.
Okay.
There was like four photos or something from Tanchico. But yeah, when this came out, I was like, I think the guy in the hat, obviously this one right here, because we know these 3 people, is Asmodean. That's what I think. That's my bet. So
does he then go on to become the tutor or no?
I'm not sure about that. I did have a vague idea that maybe the bracelets that are being hunted in Tanchico end up getting used on Asmodean. He gets presented by Lanfear to Rand as a teacher.
Okay. He's holding it.
And it's like, I will release you from these bracelets if you promise to teach Rand how to channel properly. I don't know. Does Rand need a teacher?
But Rand already was taught to channel by Logain. I think he has enough control. I don't think they're going to go into the woman not being able to train the man. I think that Rand, I don't think we're going to go there. I honestly don't think it's going to be a teaching moment. I don't disagree that Asmodean's going to be in the show because of the statue in season 1. They've name dropped Mazrim Time too many times for him not to be relevant in a major way. And I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Mazrim Time was killed and one of the Forsaken took his place with the Mask of Mirrors. That's my take on it. And that way they bring the Mask of Mirrors into the show. And because he's going to have power and followers. And that's my take on it. And because it was so freaking such a breakdown between the book followers that the Team Andron thing got panned because it was so predictable that it would make sense because it is a good storyline. It would make sense for a show watching thing for the last Forsaken to be Mazrim Time. Just my take.
So that actor's name is Clint Gordon, and his initial announcement on Instagram was like, I can't tell you who my character is, and then apparently that got deleted or something. So
is that very similar to when they had Natasha O'Keefe cast as Celine for a day on her Wikipedia page way back in 2022? And that's how I knew the entire time she was going to be Lanfear. I never doubted that because when they announced that and they were like Celine, and I was like, oh my God, that's Lanfear. And people were like, no, she's not going to be Lanfear. I was like, oh yeah, bitch, she is. It's not there anymore, but it was there for a day. And I never doubted.
It's so funny because my friend who works in like television and production and stuff like that, I was catching up with her one time, and she was chatting about it. She's like, oh yeah, like I'm really excited to see like Natasha as Lanfear and that. And I was like, excuse me, who? And she's like, wait, is that not published? Is that not public knowledge?
It was for a second. It was on her Wikipedia page.
Her friend worked in the editing house, didn't edit Wheel of Time, but she was in there while someone else was doing it, and she had found that out and had told my friend, and then my friend thought it was thought because she'd been told by her friend that it was like just out there, and then just sort of dropped in conversation. She's like, well, thank God I've not talked to anyone else about it.
God,
you know, like,
I really wish I had taken a screenshot of that Wikipedia page that day, because that would be my proof, like for sure. I never doubted it when everybody was like, oh, she's not going to be Lanfear. Like the actress that I can't remember her name, who was cast as oh my God, who was cast as Sue Roth, when everybody was like, Sue Roth might be Lanfear, when that was going around like 2 years ago. I was like, oh no, it's Natasha O'Keeffe. She was Celine.
The actress who plays Sue Roth is so hot.
She is totally hot. I'm telling you, I'm bi-curious, guys. It's happening. I mean, the Wheel of Time has made me question my own questioning. Anyway,
I love Skeeter. Sometimes they're giving us Easter eggs and we take them as, oh, obviously it's in the show then, you know, like.
Right, exactly. I mean, Skeeter, but you don't name drop Mazrim Time and Tigraine multiple times without there being some kind of payoff. You just don't. It's gonna end up, it's gonna come to fruition. Something's gonna happen.
I do love so Alex has just sent me a Kev meme talking about how like Egwene is warning Moiraine about the dangers of Tel'aran'rhoid and dreams, and then Moraine's just like, don't I remember telling you about that one time?
Yes, that was amazing. I loved that.
And this Kev's made a meme of that.
Oh Jesus.
Remember years ago when I warned you? Let's get you to your fishwife.
I can't even. I can't
Grand Momo.
even. Oh Lord. Oh my God.
I do
I'll
love
be
the
right back.
memes.
I'm gonna get a drink.
No worries. Oh God, it was, yeah, that's a lot of fun. But yeah, so I do like the Asmo is the guy in the hat. That's what I call it. I've been saying that since the day after it appeared. I like him being in Tanchico. It adds a bit of a chaos factor for us book fans, and I think you could just give Rand's chaos with Couladin to like Sammy or Grendel or someone else, you know, and just someone who, you know, probably Sammy works best because he does mess around with Savannah and that in the Threefold Land with the Nabala boxes or something like that. I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Nabaha boxes, yeah. So
what you drinking, Dovey? Cerveza? Oh, IPA. Okay.
I don't actually like IPAs, but I bought a bunch of them for a party, and then people that came also didn't like them. So
you know what? Waste not, want not.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
So this is just brewed right up the road from us.
I like. So we got about 20 minutes before Aisha shows up. And Aisha is
20 minutes before no spoilers.
Yes. So in about 20 minutes, we are going to switch to a show-only discussion. Okay. And we're going to ask Aisha her thoughts on episode 5. I haven't watched her reaction yet, mostly because I don't have an hour and 20 minutes to spare.
Okay.
Girl got a lot to say. Kudos, because, you know, I was impressed I kept mine to 30 minutes. So only because I know I was going to do a podcast and 2 live streams about it. So
you guys are all so impressive. I don't know how you guys juggle all of these things. I'm like,
I don't have a life.
I have stopped doing reaction videos. I've stopped doing them. I do not have the patience to edit myself. I don't like looking at myself enough to edit myself.
Oh, see, I'm going to give away a secret now for my editing. So I record myself using OBS. If anyone's ever curious about that, OBS is Studio is the basic one, isn't it? Yeah, OBS. Studios.
Yeah, that's what I use.
So I record myself with that, and I have the desktop sound capture turned down in comparison.
Same. That's what I do. Yes.
But when I load that into my editing software, I only see sound peaks where I'm talking.
Okay, so what software do you use to edit? That's the question.
I use, let me just say, it's VideoPad.
VideoPad. Okay.
Yeah. It's real simple and basic. There's nothing crazy about it.
Is it like Gwen has a lot to say right now?
Yeah, Gwen. It's like, it's not basic, Rob. You're great. Don't you worry.
Because like that's my biggest thing is and I get what you're saying. I actually
I don't look at myself. I actually just look at the sound bars and I cut out the bit in the middle where I'm not talking for whatever reason. And I listen to myself talking and I'm like, yeah, I like that. I'll keep it in. Or no, I don't like that. That's boring. I'll cut it out. You know, and I just run through the whole video like that. And then unless I think I said something really stupid in my actual like ending,
would you
just
guys
leave
like
that.
to see the dog?
Of course.
Yes.
Come here, Gwen. Come here.
We always like fur babies.
I'll see if I can get her to come. Gwen, come.
See, I feel like I'm the opposite, Rob. I'm fine looking at myself. I don't like hearing myself.
Oh my god, she jumped up on me.
Oh, there we go. Oh, bless.
You
This
can kind
is
of see
Gwen.
my cat is right here.
I see your kitty. I see your kitty. I mean, not your
curled
kitty.
up with
my
my big
kitty.
bear.
My
Oh my god. Anyway,
My hamster is here, but he's not awake.
my fluffy void is he's downstairs, I believe. Either that or he's sleeping in my bed. I'd have to actually leave the room to find out. He got fed before I came up here to stream, so he'll ignore me while I'm in here unless
you
he's
done
desperate for
barking?
something.
Okay. I love
So-
you. See you later. Bye. Oh god,
Right.
she smells like dog. Oh,
That's very shocking to me that your dog smells like dog. I cannot believe that. That's
but
wild.
like it smells like 75-degree outside, really humid dog.
Ooh.
Bless.
Oh,
All right. So anything sort of spoilery from this episode we want to talk about in the next sort of 15 minutes?
Let's go to the envelope.
yes,
Refer
go
to
to
the
the
envelope.
This is some other just quick notes that I had. The Karnan looks awesome. The look.
Also, I love that the male Sangreal of power is a long pointy thing. And then-
I'm not sad
and
about
then
that.
The female comparative object is this, small,
egg.
lovely little bump.
An
Oh,
egg.
I was looking for Gwen. My camera changed. What happened?
I can see your legs.
Oh,
It's supposed to be over there.
there we go. I was like, what are we looking at?
You're looking at my
That
under
is
my
not wearing
desk.
pants, everyone. No pants. That is not wearing pants.
You guys were supposed to see my dog. She was on my couch.
No pants. No. Love it. Love it. That's fabulous.
That's what you're supposed to see. She was on the couch. I have a doggo cam for my streams.
I know, I've seen it.
One of my dogs moved my camera. They bumped into it and it
Oh.
moved. And you guys got to see my legs and my
love it.
cord jumble under my desk. Cord management does not exist in my setup.
Cord
Sure, I'll
management
look
is for people who are too bored.
Fuck off. Okay. So what? I was wearing shorts. It wasn't like I was like naked down
No
there.
pants.
I
I'm
mean, it
also
was
wearing
just
shorts, and
my
that makes me feel better.
I sat underneath my 7 Aja blanket that I got in the Malkirikon
Are
charity.
you wearing pants?
Pardon
Are
me?
you wearing
What?
pants?
Pardon me while I go die of embarrassment.
But am I wearing pants? Look at this.
Beautiful. Very nice.
A behind the scenes view.
Thirst stream now, y'all. We're in the thirst
But-
stream.
The first stream.
Oh,
Yeah, am I
Jesus.
wearing pants? That is a question that only the cat will ever find out. Um,
Shorts is okay. I mean, shorts is fine. I'm wearing shorts.
there.
It's freaking 83 degrees outside in March.
It's
so
not that here. So, what else is on your envelope of choice?
Envelope list.
yes, envelope list. Thank you.
Baker boy, who's a
The
bad baker.
Oh, the baker boy. That's hilarious, that moment.
He's a-
I mean, he's a good looking guy, but he can't bake bread apparently. So,
yeah. I did have a note about how awesome Egwene is at the dream walking, which maybe she's being a little bit too awesome. I do love Egwene. She's my number 2. I mean, we do have to obviously rush things, but are we still talking about Baker
Also,
Boy? Right.
I love the fact that we're seeing the ashes painted fade. They're
yes.
discernibly less of them now than there were last episode. So I love that they're using that as like the
Yeah.
time is happening. It's not like 2 days later.
Yeah. Now,
Also, that guy is not a boy. That guy is an adult man.
yeah,
I mean, and he's pretty.
Yes,
he is.
would. Maybe that'll be their third border.
The baker boy. Yeah. Well, the snacks would deteriorate. Let's just say that because you ain't getting bread rolls. So
yeah. Elaine in the dream walking, she's killing it, which I love.
Mhm.
Might be killing it like a little bit too much, but I
did think it was interesting that Moiraine goes to her and says, "Hey, can you do this favor for me?" And she's like, "I mean, maybe I can try." And then she's successful, so kudos, well done. And then she's like, oh, "Okay, so now I'll just go here and here and here and here."
Right. Yeah. I don't disagree with you there, Rob. 100%.
Yeah, like in one move, you've gone from maybe I can do this to like, oh, I could do it. So now I can go visit 4 other friends.
Yeah.
And then you've got the wise ones that are like, she's too headstrong. Where did she go? Like,
I love Moiraine. She's like, how did you do that? And I remember saying in my reaction, I was like, you told her how to do it.
Yeah.
She did what you told her. You were
I
like,
feel like
believe
Egwene
you
right
can
now,
and you can. And she's like, okay, and did it. You know, like
Egwene
you told
right
her.
now is very Anakin Skywalker. That's the vibe I'm getting. Like,
Egwene is Anakin Skywalker. Okay.
as far as like being really quick to learn,
for when
but
she
kind
first
of
meets
egotistical.
intuitive.
And yeah.
I'm glad that she's killing it. I hope people I feel like that could be something people might whine about. I understand why they're pushing it. Like it's gotta we don't have only have 20 episodes.
It's not like a complaint for me. I was just like, oh, like she went very quickly from maybe I can do it to just knocking it out of the park. And I was like, okay, well, she's very, she's good at learning and such. So, I'm not here being like, but it was also a slight moment. I was like, that felt a little extra quick.
Agree.
So, yeah.
I loved the couple of moments of comedy that we got on the ship. Where
everyone keeps laughing about the ship.
Jumping overboard an option.
Okay, no, that actually was funny. Yes,
that's
true.
That was a good one. I'm not a big Nynaeve fan, but that was a great moment. We got a Blood and Ashes, which is awesome.
We did get a Blood and Ashes. We did.
Was that from Matt?
No,
it was Min. When she realizes Matt's following her.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah, which was like leading into like Matt having a moment of depression, or like maybe moving into depression when he finds out that he's going to be hung, or he thinks he's going to hang himself.
Yeah, I love this whole sort of your visions don't come true thing now. Your visions you're not very good at any of your jobs, are you? Which was actually quite funny, where everyone's just
except all of her visions have come true.
But she tells them wrong, like, oh, you're going to kill Rand, so she's misinterpreted her vision.
Yeah, misinterpreted.
Right. So because he doesn't see what she sees or feel what she feels. He can only go off what she tells him. And she told him, oh, you're going to kill Rand if you go, because that's what she's decided her vision means. Right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't kill Rand, he stabs Rand, and it's healed and fixed as well as it can be.
Kind of.
It's obviously not fixed, but it's manageable. We're getting by. Okay. He just lives with the constant pain of whatever that horrible looking cinnamon roll injury is.
Max has a good point.
Sorry?
Max has a good point.
Yeah. I agree. It's setting up for that. So
yeah. And then I guess
I disagree here, Vashi. Like, canonically, Min is never wrong. Yeah, fair. Like, her visions come true.
Yes.
But as we're seeing in the show, she doesn't always know what her visions mean.
Exactly. It's her inability to translate her vision into the when and the how and the exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Part of her misery is being forced to try to interpret it and live with the consequences of that interpretation.
And Max, yeah, I do agree. If you injure someone and get charged with assault and they die in hospital, you can then get you charged up with murder. That's true. But he didn't kill Rand. So what she interpreted in a dream or a vision, sorry, is not accurate. You know, so what the vision is meant, sorry, I'm trying to put that down. What the vision is meant to say is, you know, like he's going to stab Rand, which is what he did do. You know, the vision didn't say like he's going to kill Rand. And like his hanging vision is he's going to hang from the arches or from the doorway. That doesn't mean he's going to die in the doorway.
Wait, we finally saw the dagger again in this episode.
Huh?
Didn't we see the dagger in this episode?
Did we? Are you sure?
Where?
I want to say I saw it.
The sword that he says
finally. No, it was Matt's dagger. It was the Shile or the Shale dagger. Somebody please tell me I wasn't imagining that.
In the vision at the end, in the dream?
He does hold a sword in the very end.
Yeah.
Matt holds a sword. Why did I think it was the dagger? Sword.
He says Perrin made this.
It's good Two Rivers work.
It's in his dream.
Son of a bitch. Why did I think that was the dagger? It was curved.
I mean, it's
not a long sword. It's like a rapier or something. I don't know the names of all the different types of swords, but it wasn't big.
Yeah. It's got
elements of the dagger.
It's got elements of the dagger.
Yeah, never mind.
Never
mind. Why did I think that was the dagger?
It is. No, it is.
Really seriously thought that was the dagger.
You're right. I would have, if I hadn't heard him say Perrin made it, I might have thought the same thing.
I really honestly thought that was the dagger. Again, that's my fault. My bad. I take it back. Never mind.
You're okay.
I'm human.
Maybe this is Matt dreaming. Maybe this is like the dagger's influence still a little bit on Matt, where he's dreaming of the dagger, but like a good Two Rivers version as opposed to the evil Shadow Logoth version. So Matt's dagger.
We saw him holding the dagger in the darkest time. Oh, that's where I saw it. In episode 4, in the darkest timeline, he was holding the dagger then.
He is holding it. That is true.
I knew I saw it. I knew I saw it somewhere. Thank you, Altex Alex. You're amazing. Thank you.
So like five-ish minutes in theory, approximately, before Aisha shows up.
Yeah.
And I will keep an eye on the behind the scenes. So if she shows up, and I'd be like, oh, okay, stop. If I just, we're gonna have to cut conversation off if that happens. What do we think happened to the dagger?
I have no idea.
At the end of season 2, like, is Padden Fane going to show up with the dagger? Is that a thing? Like, did it get just whipped up by Moiraine and tucked away in the tower? Like, in chat, throw me theories in chat as well. By the way,
question.
I think it's one of the unanswered questions that, like, maybe they didn't know what to do with it, and I honestly don't know because we have had no reference to it. He used it as a weapon in that fight in Falm, but we have seen literally no clue of it.
What if the heroes took it?
To protect Matt? That would be interesting. Oh, did you guys? So Shoddy pointed this out. He did a screenshot on his dream. Matt's wearing a horn.
The real
yes,
he's wearing the real horn, the French horn.
You can see like a little hint of it in this. Oh, done. No more.
Okay. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me take down this spoiler banner. No more spoilers.
Yes.
And let's put up
the best behavior.
Show only discussion from now on. No more book talk. Okay.
Got it.
Arriving beautifully to entertain us once again. Please welcome Aisha to the party.
Yay.
How we doing?
Hello, Aisha.
Hello. Did I ruin the fun again?
No, not at all. Not at all.
No.
We're just getting deep in our heads as to like what is what, when, where, why, and how, and
just torturing ourselves.
But here. I'm here to simplify things now. Let's just like
the show only. I love this.
Exactly.
Dana in chat is like putting in numbers and exclamation point to make the chat move up.
To make
so
chat
no more spoilers.
So you don't see any spoilers. Exactly. I think
I
you're
love it.
safe
You're
now.
good,
I
you're
think
good.
you're safe now. You're
Yeah,
safe.
you're-
If you
you're
have
safe,
YouTube
yeah.
chat up, you're safe.
Yeah.
Most of the fandom loves nothing more than like a first time reader or a non reader because
Yeah.
we go
Absolutely.
like, people go above and beyond to protect the non readers or first time readers.
Indeed. So, so I have to start with an honest statement here. I haven't found an hour and 20 minutes to watch a reaction for this week's episode yet, but it's
Most of it's the
absolutely on
yapping.
my list.
The actual reaction's much shorter. I just yapped for way too long after.
No, but
so.
but it's your yapping is what I want to hear, and I was just like, I
Okay.
want to watch it all, so I'm like, I'm gonna watch it. So if I ask you something you've already answered in that, I do apologize.
No,
I mean, your
no.
yapping is amazing. So,
Yeah, honestly,
like 100%. Love it. Love it.
So yeah, like let's just kick it off. Like, what did you think of the episode this week? Is what I'm curious about.
I liked it. Like it was a lot, but not in the fire hose type of way. It was more like, okay, we have to catch up with everybody really quick because we spent 2 whole episodes on the Rand gang. So I was like, okay, now we got to like digest all. Oh yeah, tower politics. Oh yeah, all these people who are traveling. Yeah, we got to catch up on all this and do a lot. So I think they did a good job with it again, though it didn't feel too rushed or anything to me. I think we got what we needed to get. But yeah, no, I liked it because I mean I did miss everyone out. I mean Rand is lovely and all, but everybody else, it's a group effort. So
Yeah,
glad
I'd
to see
forgotten
it.
you called it the fire hose to the face situation.
Much more digestible this time. They said here's a hose, here's a garden hose. A little bit.
Garden hose.
God.
It's 1980s garden hosing. We love it. Here for
Yeah, it's
it.
just a light sprinkler going on now instead of like someone knocking over a hydrant. It's okay, it's good, like.
You can stay actually conscious through this one. That's good.
I do know people that have like I've watched episode 4 once and I'm still processing and can't watch it again just yet. So, that's fair.
So I'm interested in getting Aisha's take. Aisha, how did you feel between? I know you said that you were glad to get back in touch with everybody, but episode 4, I know you really enjoyed it and it was
Mhm.
pretty intense. How did you feel about the change in intensity between episode 4 and episode 5?
I think
As a
it's
show
good.
watcher.
I think it's good. I've always said that, maybe it's I'm showing the fact that I'm not young anymore. I'm like, I don't need pure adrenaline the entire I don't know if you've ever like watched a movie, like an action movie, and like I like an action movie, but when there's one where it's like the 40 straight minutes of action, like I can't handle that anymore. I'm like, no, I'm the person now where it's like if you tell me something starts at 9:30, I'm like, that's cute, have a great time. I'm not doing it. I don't have the energy for that anymore. I will be in bed by 11 with my feet up. What do you mean? So yeah, I like it that it's paced. Like, give me some action because I love that in episode 4, and we had a lot to get through. Like,
Yeah.
it's a crime they only get 8 episodes, but I'm glad in this one it was like we're giving you a lot, but we'll give you some time to actually take in some of the stuff, and we're not making it too hard for you to follow, I guess, is because I feel like that was the hardest part of episode 4
Yeah.
was that you had to sequence it on top of taking in information.
And I just want to say for the record that you just endeared yourself to like 11 billion people by that analogy of like bed starting at 9:30. Okay, peace out. We're in bed by 11.
I mean,
like 100%. Like
I mean-
so many people are here for that. So yeah,
I'm
That's
a
amazing.
night owl. I'm even though I have to, I start work at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm like, I got to get up at 5:30 for that. I'm still like, probably up till like midnight sometimes when I shouldn't be. But
yeah,
if
but you show up at my streams when I start at 5:00 in the morning Central Time, and you're like,
Well,
"Hey, Beth,
well, that's
what are you doing awake, Rob?"
that's lunchtime for me,
It's
So
lunchtime for you.
yeah.
Yes, but there's a big difference between being up and like in your jammies
That's-
in your comfortable space and actually being out like with
Yeah,
people's hot breath
That's
in your
exactly what I was going to
100%
say. I'm like,
correct.
but if you're telling me we're going out at 9:30, I'm like, I might still be out for the next 3 hours, but that doesn't mean I'm going out for the next 3 hours. So
Yeah, that's fair. 100%
except for the this is true, Matt Stagger, except for the conventions, and then I'm like, you know what, anything goes. But that's a
the
weekend, so,
adrenaline rush you get from a 3-day convention, you can sleep it off. It might take
Yes.
you a month to make up for all of the sleep, but you're gonna get there. You're
Yeah.
gonna get there eventually.
We'll get you to a convention one day, Aisha, and you just be like, what have I signed up for? It'd be chaos. So,
WOT have I signed up for?
yes, what have I signed up for? Hey.
Well done. Well done.
All right. Anything shocking this week, perhaps?
Oh, shocking. I think I kind of liked, even though I'm the jury's still out on her, I liked Elida. I was very much, what's the word? I was vacillating because I'm like, I don't like her. Don't get me wrong. It's still right now not like, because that whole classist little speech that she gave Swan in her office, I was like, first of all, can we just give all of our claps and snaps to Sophia Caneto, because she did such a good job in that moment, like when she was called river trash. And Sophie did such a good job. You could see it in her face that it hurt. Like she was mad that it hurt, but it hurt her. But she was just like, okay, was that all you've got? And I was just kind of like, but yeah, it was like, Elida, can you just, you lost, girl. This isn't your office. You don't like the fish hut? Go back to your fancy oh, wait, you can't. You're a dog who was told to sit and wait till your master called you back. So zip it. But anyway, I don't like her for those reasons.
But you love to hate her, right?
Listen, but then when she went to go deal with the dark friends, the way she was kind of like, so who are the other ones? I got nothing to say. Okay, dead. All right, Baldy, next. Anything to add for the class? Oh, let me torch you a little bit first. I was like, oh.
She's a queen in her own way, right? Like literally. And that is the brilliance of Shohreh Aghdashloo as an actress. Like if you watched her in The Expanse, she's literally an icon, and she has embraced Elida. And I love to hate this character. I love to hate her so much.
Yeah.
Like for real. For real. Yeah.
Yeah. It was that was something I remember, like when she called Swan river trash, I was like, oh, you did not just do that. But she's just like, oh, well, we'll just see how things work out, shall we? And it's very chill. But yeah.
And there was no animosity in her voice. She was literally, Elida thought she was just like stating facts. She was like, you are trash. You're still trash. You can tell you're trash because of your decor.
Yeah, your rough carpet.
There needs to be somebody else better in here. You're shaming the office in which you occupy.
Well, that part, yes. But I do think she did mean it to be, because I mean, I would have said okay, but then when she kept going with like, oh, when you showed up and you were barefoot and dirty and all, and it's like,
true.
And that really ticked me off again, because I remembered, I don't know if it was season 1 or season 2, and we saw the flashback of how Swan had to go to the town. She didn't want to leave. Like, it's like, I don't even want to be here. Like, I would have lived my little poor girl life, and I would have been happy, and I got dragged into this. So how dare you come for me? I was just kind of like, oh, if Swan had just, again, damn 3-0, so I would have just flicked her into a reality.
Oh also, my God, Aisha, you're so freaking amazing.
A 9-year-old got herself to the White Tower by herself. Like, come on. Like
her in a boat.
Anything, her story of arriving at the White Tower is one like an incredible story, an incredible achievement.
Yeah. Like literally, for Max Sager said, for fuck's sake, she was 9.
Look at what Max Silva put in chat, Rob.
Oh yeah, I love that Joya told Nynaeve, oh, you look like a killer. I'm so scared of you. I'm definitely telling you the truth. And then the lighter comes in and is like, okay, try calling this bluff. Oh, that's great. There was a small part of me that was sad that Amiko died, or Amiko, however they're pronouncing it, because she's actually like a massive fan of the books, and so she's like really just like so happy that she was in the show.
And such. Be here.
Yeah, and then they were just like done.
It's a badass way to die, though.
I mean, but it's not out of the realm of what should happen. I mean, let's be real. Like,
yeah. But they say karma is swift, though. Elida, she did all her little classes and stuff, and then she got stabbed up by a Grey. And I was like, if my girls had been a little late to come back to heal her, I wouldn't have been mad. If I'm like, oh no, let me just get the weed. Oh, my finger's cramped up. Hold on. Oh, she's gone. That would have been me personally. That's how you break the oaths directly, right? No.
I mean, yeah, like they need their hands to weave. Hand cramp, it's going to be a hindrance. Yeah. Oh, was I too slow? Oh, I've never been very good at healing, so
exactly. High tavern.
By the way, people Ashika would like to compliment your jackets. It's giving her Warrior Nynaeve in the accepted test vibes. So, yeah.
All serious. Thank you.
Yes, and then we were all there with you, apparently, Aisha. So yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
But yeah, I think outside of that, and I'd say it wasn't so much a surprise. The only other thing I really liked was seeing we got to see another class of Weaver with the Windfinder. My favorite so far.
Yeah.
Maybe just the way that they decided to illustrate it. I loved, like I think I said in my reaction, I'm like, it reminded me of I'm up in Canada, so Northern Lights, very familiar with those. That's what it reminded me of. Yeah, I just thought like this is more fun and it looks colorful, and I really like that so far they've tried really hard to make sure all the different weaving styles kind of are unique, right? Like the Tower people seem to be much more, in my opinion, structured, and then you had the Shan-Chan that were very direct, and now you've got these Windfinders who are like interpretive dance goddesses, right? And I was just like, yes, this is the energy, this is the vibe I needs. My girl's too wound up.
Interpretive dance. What did you say?
Channelers.
Channelers. Yeah, like I love that. Yeah, that's brilliant. So amazing. Yeah, Mel, I love Mel's coming with a comment about the bit before, my river trash weaves are too weak to heal her. You know?
That would have been the line, exactly.
That's the right line.
Romance.
Sorry, that's it's just trashy fingers. Sorry, so
she would have been insulted if I'd healed her, So
my feet are still too dirty. Sorry, so I love it. Chat, if you have questions for Aisha, by the way, you can put them in. I'll try and catch them. Arum has just caught up. My video had a 40-minute delay. Now the chat is making sense. Oh, that's hilarious.
Jeez.
Okay. So I'm curious. What do you think about Lanfear and Egwene finally meeting up, shall we say, in this episode? I'd love to talk about that.
You'll see in my review that, for those who watched in season 1, that in season 1, Rand was not my favorite person. My favorite thing was to slander him for, just for fun. But he's growing on me, but in this episode, I'm like, the old habits started to come up with this. I was like, here's my thing. I understand why, Rand didn't necessarily get into the details of the Selene/Lanfear stuff. Fine, that's his business. They were broken up, all that. But once y'all started getting busy again, maybe you could have said, okay, so here's the situation. There's this Forsaken who's kind of obsessed with me, and she's crazy, okay? She's about to kill Moiraine just for standing next to me. So now that we're doing the do, she might have a problem with you. Just saying. So if anything weird happens, just know that there could be a reason. That's all he had to say. He didn't have to get into all the other stuff they do in the dream world. I still consider it cheating, but whatever they do. But I just feel like that's what ticked me off. I'm like, sir, now she has to sit here, watch you making out with her literal torturer. I just want her to when she wakes up, I just want her to just give him a really hard stare and just never talk to him again. You figure it out.
Going to be practicing
for the next episode. I'm here for it. That's amazing. That's amazing.
That's great. I love it.
But not under the bosom. Like hands on hips, but not under the bosom.
It's so
That's
much more effective.
That's a spoilerly book thing. There's lots of resting hands under bosoms in the books. Hands on hips and under bosoms.
Yeah, hands on hips is not so much, but it's just like they're like crossing
under
arms.
The bosoms. Crossing arms under bosoms happen quite frequently when they're perturbed or frustrated or angry. It's just
RJ never misses a moment to say bosom.
Bosoms. RJ loves the bosoms.
He's talking about those titties.
Yeah,
exactly. He's a titty guy.
He was. But yeah, no, that is like, it's funny because I'm sitting here like screaming at him and be like, how can you really trust her and all those sorts of things. But I hadn't considered the whole like, did you just like say to her, hey, I had a thing and it turns out she was a Forsaken, and now that you and I have a thing again, maybe you should be aware of that. Like, yeah. I was always like, why have you got back with Egwene when you had a thing with the Forsaken? I would have been like, so I'm sorry I was dead, quote. While I was dead, I moved on. So, like, yeah.
So Tavern asked a really good question for Aisha in chat.
Oh, yes. How do you feel about Egwene just trespassing into people's dreams?
Well, the name of my video this week is like, was she really like dream walking or dream stalking? Right? Like,
This is why I went to after I asked initial thoughts. This is why I went to the Egwene part because I
here's my
remember
thing. I think it's obviously, was it an intrusion? Yes, like there's no doubt. She kind of knew, which is why I appreciated that she just was a voyeur. She didn't try to get involved. She was like, oh, okay. But I get it. Like, we got to remember, she's never been away from her friends this long. And this is a world where you can't pick up a phone and be like, hey, is everything okay? So I think she really did it more to be like, is everybody okay? Because she can't find out any other way. And I thought actually, like, if that's, I'm assuming this is from the books, I'm like, good on Jordan for figuring out a way for them to be able to communicate without modern technology. And this is kind of a way, but yeah, so that's why I'm like, was it wrong? Yes, technically, but I don't think it was out of a, oh, I just want to find out the tea on all of you guys. I mean, maybe a little bit, but it was more just like, is everyone okay? Because it was literally everyone she cares about, right? So I was like, okay, all right, Egwene, but maybe we're gonna have it. Like, we're alive.
I love it.
I support this interpretation as an Egwene stan.
Yeah, 100% agree. 100%
She's an eager
agree.
beaver, right? She just, the girl has to go for extra credit every time. She can't just.
She is. She's definitely the teacher's pet. 100%.
Most definitely. So, folks, for anyone who hasn't got around to it, just go on and grab the link. I'm going to throw it into the chat. Do make sure you go check out Aisha's channel and subscribe and like the videos and watch. They are brilliant. Like I say, I'm a little behind, but I'm so excited to watch because I saw the title and it's literally like dream walking or dream stalking. It's great. I mean, it's just, it's hilarious what you come up with. It's great fun. So
I'm sorry. I see in the comments that someone said, yeah, but she knew that Rand was okay though. But oh, come on. Like, you're not going to creep on your man's dreams. Let's.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. For me, this felt like, and it's not a spoiler to say this because it's just how I felt about the episode in general. It felt like a breakup episode to me. It felt like everyone was having some form of moment with a beloved person, be that a relationship of any kind, and they were just like, everything was just kind of going, poof, breaking up. Like, there's a lot of that happening for me. I don't know. How did it feel to you overall, the episode? What was it like, aside from the stalking?
I'm trying to think of, well, I mean, I wouldn't say everyone. I think that we had like two. Okay, so I don't really consider Egwene and Rand a breakup because, quite frankly, I never looked at it as them getting back together. Like, right. Egwene in season 1 already knew, like, she deep down knows that this was never her path with Rand, right? Like, she in season 1 was like, yeah, you cute or whatever, but I don't want to be your wife and like live that life. I don't don't we want to just keep hooking up here and then that's cool. But she already knows that. And so I feel like her getting back with him was definitely more, I feel like a trauma response for what she went through with the Shan-Chan. Like, he was familiar, he was safe. She didn't know what was going on with him. So that was more of, I think, why they're together. But she's been told in like every possible way, like, people are like, Moiraine, no, you shouldn't be here. The wise ones, yeah, your path ain't with him. And now it's like, what's her name? Lanfear made it abundantly clear, like, do you really want to be with this man now? So yeah, like, it wasn't really a breakup there. I feel like she just needed like that push to kind of stop hiding behind her emotional ties to him to realize that, yeah, no, I need to step back from the romantic aspect. But with Swan and Moiraine, that was sad as hell. That absolutely was a breakup, and not even a, like, we're breaking up because it's the right thing. It's just more of a, we're probably not going to see each other again. So let's say what we need to say now. And I was just like, this sucks.
Yeah, that was rough to watch. Like, it was. I think all of us have just absolutely fallen in love with Soiraine, as we call the pairing, and it's just like the moments where they were, they're saying to each other, "I will just keep finding you and finding you and finding you, and like forever." And I was just like, absolutely killing us. So,
what I thought was interesting in that scene too, though, I thought was when Moiraine said to her, we both had a job. My job was to find the Dragon Reborn, and yours was to prepare the tower for his arrival. And Swan straight up was like, yeah, I fumbled. I kind of fumbled in that area. And I was like, yeah. And when she said that she said that Moiraine wouldn't have let it happen. But when she said that effectively about herself, that I let the chair get to me, I got lost it. That's what I got lost in the seat. And I get, especially seeing what happened with Elida earlier, like, kind of like she's human, right? You come up from these poor roots and now you're in this esteemed position and there's all the politics and the, pomp and circumstance. You can kind of get lost in all of that.
Politics or politicking, like 100%. And that became Swan's identity, I think, is, because there's so much to mitigate. It's not just the Dragon Reborn. It's just daily life as being the head of the most powerful organization on the planet as you know it. And, like no matter what your idealistic rules are or what you promise to somebody, it's the real reality. We see it every day in real life, right? Like reality can change things and skew things. And I think they did a really good job of kind of like showing that real life doesn't always go the way that your idealism wants you to go. And pragmatism has to take place and just daily life happens. And it broke my heart, that part between Moiraine and Swan. It broke my heart. But they're still inextricably linked, like they always will be. And there is still that Oath-Rod bond between the two of them. And I don't want to trivialize that. Like, I don't know if it will ever come to fruition, but Moiraine is still very much hell-bent on making sure Rand succeeds as the Dragon Reborn. And I think that breakup conversation recentered Swan to realizing
she has work to do.
Yeah. So you said they'll probably never see each other again. Why do you say that?
I think as I should say, they probably won't, based on what Moiraine believes. I mean, let's not forget she just coincidentally didn't drop the two things that she knew for sure. Just go on. That was so immature of her too. She's like, first of all, the tower must bend knee around Northone, and that's it. Bye.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, the stumble's like great. Like, wait, you said two things, and then neither of you realized that she didn't say the second thing. Like, what?
She got distracted. Smart on Moiraine for that one. But I think right now, and that kind of ties into earlier when she was with Lan, which, by the way, can I just again shout out the beautiful relationship between Lan and Moiraine? Oh, yeah. So rare on TV and movies to see a man and a woman in a strictly platonic but soulmate close relationship where there's no other undertones. They're doing such a good job of showing how close they are, and Moiraine needing a soft place while she's processing all that she saw, and Lan just being the perfect person. Like the way he was so grounded when he heard it, and he was like, "Are you gonna die today? No, then girl, what you stressing for? Have a drink."
Yeah.
Like,
I love that so much. I brought that up. That was one of the first things I brought up a couple of hours ago when I hopped on Rob's live stream. I was like, I love the representation of a deeply loving friendship that is not sexually based. And you don't see it very often. And they're doing, Daniel Henney and Rosamund Pike are showing, because without spoilers, that is very much their relationship for a good part of the books. And I love it so much. And it's perfect in my opinion. And then them sharing and getting drunk together off of basically like straight Everclear is amazing. Like,
shine, whatever.
And them gasping like, oh.
Give me another one.
Like neither one of them being able to hold back their revulsion, but at the same time, can I have some more? It's just like perfect. It's so great.
It really was just such good logic from him being like, did you see it tonight? Then just have a bloody drink, girl. Like, it's fine,
You need that, right? Like, because I look at Moiraine and I identify with the overthinker in her. Us overthinkers, like we just, our brains can't always stop. And so you need someone in your life who just has to bring you back to the present and be like, okay, so can we solve this right now? Can you, what's in your realm of control? This bottle of alcohol, that's what's in your realm of control. So have a drink. You're not going to figure it out tonight. This bond is making me a little depressed. So let's just drink.
I love it. Aisha, I'm very interested to see what you think of Fayo.
I've said it a couple times. She's a little pocket rocket, isn't she? I'm loving how fiercely protective she is. Okay,
I love the pocket rocket. I mean, I'm not sad about that reference.
right? Is she not a pocket
Neither
rocket?
is Toby. I know
Here's-
Toby. Toby's not
here's-
sad about that reference.
Here's the best thing about it. That's how Marcus described her in an interview. He's
Mhm.
like, Isabella, she's a little pocket rocket, you know, like exactly how he described her. So
And I mean, what got me is, that whole thing when they're deciding to go down, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm going down with you," and he's like, "No." And then she puts the knife up, and I'm like, first of all, the way he just kind of bats away, like, "Bye, bye, little girl," and then she comes up with the next one. But what kills me is like her looking up at him. She's literally like, "Hey."
the camera is like, that and that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
Because I don't know how tall Mark. I think he's the tallest man on the cast.
He's
right?
like 6'2" or 6'3", isn't he?
6'2" or
Yeah.
3, something like that.
Yeah,
but
he's
not taller
small.
than Yosha. He's taller than
Yeah.
most of the guys, right? So anyway, she's so small. I just thought that part was hilarious. But the
Yeah.
fact in the end that everyone else was like, no, she can go.
Yeah,
but I
that-
just really like how she sprung into action. Like when she saw, like first when she was fighting, I was like, love it. Love that shows that just because she's small doesn't mean she can't hold her own. But then when she
That's
saw her man get stabbed, she said, "Oh hell no! Enough playing with you guys. Let me go get my man." Jeez.
Yeah.
I thought you could hang, bro, but I guess not.
The ideal like and her moment. I was like, that's great, actually. Like,
yeah. It's
Yeah.
the synchronized moment of it, just like
yeah.
her too,
I,
it's,
like no spoilers. I was not particularly attached to that, like those types of scenes in the books, and like in that moment, I was like, all right, I'm in.
Yeah.
Even
I
though it's
love
a parent
her.
scene, I'm in.
I think her casting is so fantastic. I mean, like small but mighty is
Yeah.
Fael.
Oh,
And she is freaking a force to be reckoned with. And again, I have said this like multiple times as a book person, the casting that they have done for these characters is I could not be happier for the most part. I am so pleased. And these people canonically now, when I think about the books or I'm rereading a book, I picture these actors in my head living out these book things. And they've been brilliant. They've been so good.
All right, 6'2",
Google-
respectable.
Yeah.
Very respectable. I would not be sad if 6'2" was standing next to me, protecting me. I would not be sad
mean,
about
I think-
that.
Or
I think
Fael. I think she's the one doing the protecting. But yes, go ahead.
She
Yeah, I-
absolutely, you're 100% correct.
He's there to distract the person, and then Fael's like, "I'm actually the badass."
I
come
wouldn't
on."
be sad
You
at
know?
5'1" protecting me either. I mean, however short or tall she is, she's diminutive for sure.
Yeah.
So
Someone Google how tall Isabella Bucari is. I think the only person that's taller than him on the cast is actually Raga, who plays Bane.
and she's 6'3", right?
I've
She's-
6'3",
she's
6'4".
I didn't
immense.
realize that.
She
wild.
is. Oh no, she's 6'2" as well.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
she's not small. She is.
Oh my god! I've just done some small googling. I do stand proud at 6'2", and yes, I reached that height at the age of 12.
I believe it.
Oh my
Having
god.
a daughter
was the
who
girl.
More
played,
adolescence. Oh no.
having a daughter who played competitive volleyball all through high school.
Oh,
I have seen some 12 and 13-year-olds over 6 feet, and it is insane.
For girls,
Literally
especially.
yeah.
All of our most
yep,
of our
we do
girls
all our
before we're
girls,
18.
like by the time they're
so
15, 16. Yep.
that's
crazy.
wow. Let's see. So Isabella is
5'3" at the most.
5'3". Who says this?
Me.
Or have you? Oh, you've
That's
googled.
a
Okay, right. Yeah.
No, I didn't Google it. I'm just calling it out. At the most, she is 5'3".
Oh, right. Okay.
maybe 5'5".
Maybe I don't know. Let me see if IMDb, because like regular search just isn't bringing anything up.
She didn't let that information out. She's like, you guys are gonna catch me. I'll say what
No.
I am.
I ain't telling you. I ain't telling you nothing.
I'll tell you whatever I want, and you'll believe me.
I mean, I
Yes.
know Ayula Smart, who plays Avienda, is 5'10" in
Yes.
real life.
Okay.
Yeah, she's almost shoulder to
That's-
shoulder with.
That's my daughter's height. So, like, I
Yosha,
can
yeah.
resonate with that. And she has the
Yeah.
same birthday as my daughter, by the way.
Aw,
Is
March
she
19th.
actually?
I
Is she
love
secretly
that.
your daughter?
No,
Maybe.
she's too old to be my daughter. I mean, I had them young, but not that young.
Just tell people, yep, I was 12.
Yeah.
Just whatever
was
math
12.
makes me look younger.
Exactly.
There's that photo of the two of them together behind the scenes. Someone can like do some like measuring of how much.
Daniel
do that
Henney is
measuring thing.
also 6'2", but Daniel Henney's not bulky. He's
No.
more lithe. He's more, his Asian heritage shows in his physique. And by the way, if you'd never watched Daniel Henney on Cold Case, you need to. Not Cold Case.
I actually saw him in K-dramas before.
Hawaii Five-0?
Yes, K-dramas. No, no. What? Oh my God, what is the show? Not Cold Case. Criminal Minds.
Right.
He was in the last 2
thank
seasons
you.
of Criminal Minds.
Someone's taller now. Bjorn Landberg.
Oh,
Is
that's
6'6".
true, and he's dreamy.
He's
Oh
Ruark.
My gosh,
Scandinavians, I expect, yes.
Ruark
rare.
as a Gen Xer, Ruark. They are bringing the plus 40 to 50 age sexyism into the show, and I respect it. I'm here for it. I mean, here for it.
Period.
I mean, what
Eye candy for all ages. I mean, they're doing a great job.
we got to know Ruark a little better this week as well, didn't we?
We did.
Didn't everybody? The whole town,
Everybody.
the whole Aiel area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was funny too. Was that not the most awkward little meal they had there?
I don't know what
Like-
was the photo I saw of like the I think I just googled him, and the photo of him at
By
dinner
Tevin.
came up as a post, and I was just
Isn't
like,
he
he's
a
there.
singer? Isn't he a singer?
Yes, he is. He's a singer, and yeah, he's done a few things. He's got like 3 music albums. He's done some voice work. I'm pretty sure he has a podcast.
So he's
Oh, no,
like a
he
younger,
reads-
hotter David Hasselhoff.
I think he reads stuff like as ASMR things. Like I actually have, if I switch backgrounds or modes for a second, I can play you like a 30-second clip of him revealing in German that he was doing Wheel of Time.
I saw this.
saw that.
You posted this.
Did I play this?
Or
I played it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
I wasn't sure if I played that.
He's fine. It would be lovely if we could get more of him, but very cute. The whole Aiel situation, Avienda trying to be nice to Rand was absolutely cackle worthy. Because it's just so not her, right? Just kind of.
What do you think of Avienda? What do you think of her? Like her arc to go from warrior to wise one. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I like it in the sense of like, I feel she's just relatable, right? She very much is. There's a lot of parallels to me between her and in Nynaeve in the sense of wanting to go one way and being thrust into another way and kind of being dragged, kicking and screaming. So it's just related. Like, I feel like she's relatable in that, like, and I'm glad she got to do her spear maideny thing too, because I feel like for what's coming, it's going to be good that she can fight and not just do wise one stuff.
What do you think is coming?
I just mean whatever. I don't know what the last battle is going to be. I just mean if she gets that far.
Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Or even
with
being next to
Avienda?
Rand. I mean, Rand's kind of got a psycho ex, right? Who's following him around too. So, the more she can do a little fighting, it's probably not a bad thing. But yeah, I like her character, honestly. I think she's funny. She's just kind of a bit of a hard shell, but she's not that mean. She's hard on I think she's hard on herself, and that makes her hard on kind of everybody else. But I like her. To me, she's like another version of Nynaeve. Like I've got a path I got to follow. I don't want to.
I like that comparison. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, poor Nynaeve on the boat though. That was me, guys. That's me on a boat. I don't do boats.
You don't do boats.
Motion of the ocean and me.
No.
I'm here for it. I'm the same way.
Aw.
I am the same way. I cannot do no.
I'm
Exactly.
Elaine on a boat. I'm there, and I'm just like, yep, this is fine. We're going. It's all good. Maybe not now. Actually, I got a busted ankle. So
I mean, Rob,
maybe-
have you ever been in the Caribbean in February on a cruise?
no.
Okay, well, do
no.
that and then tell me you're Elaine on the boat.
I worked on fishing boats in the Bering Sea.
Oh my God, Toby!
You did the hardcore stuff.
You literally.
And I never stopped being
Wow.
seasick. I never stopped.
How could you? Just
like
watching the
months.
videos of that on YouTube, I'm like,
No,
Yeah.
it was perfect.
I'm like, no wonder those crabfishes get paid so much. I mean, have you
Yeah.
seen that? Yeah,
For
like,
real.
that's-
As I turn the color of Dovey's shirt. Literally. Just thinking about it. Just thinking about it.
Uh,
How do
No,
we-
Patrick, but I was in the army. I was in the army. I might not be Navy material, but I was in the army.
Period.
All
We're
right,
all
so
built for different things.
yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Here.
Kitty!
Kitty.
Oh,
He just
he's
woke up
so
from his nap.
cute.
He's
Woke
my
up from
handsome
his-
boy. He wants to go
Cute.
outside and go pee, I think, but we'll see if we can get him to say hello.
Tim's very handsome.
He's
He
super
is.
handsome. Huh.
very handsome. I totally forgot what I was going to say then.
Oh my God, I'm
So-
rubbing off
cat.
on you.
The cat distracted me. I mean, I'm a cat person, so
Cat distraction.
I was gonna
That's-
say, what do people feel with I'm trying to interpret how Matt took seeing the drawings.
Oh,
Ah.
great question.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
do
my
you
first.
think about that?
Firstly, I just want to say one small thing. It's not a spoiler. Dude's blind. There was like 50 drawings in that room.
Yeah. You just
I'm
pull
like,
him out when
how
he was
how
sleeping.
did he walk in, get in that hammock, and not once notice a single drawing just plastered everywhere in that room? You know, I'm surprised he didn't like pull one out from under his back and be like, oh, whatever that is. You know,
He
like,
was probably really just desperate for a place
I will not
to relax.
stand for this Matt slander. First of all.
I'm sorry. He should have gone to Specsavers. He needs glasses, clearly. You know, like
Wow. Wow.
They
There was
would
no
not-
weaves for that.
So Aisha, what do you think about Matt seeing the drawings?
I think again it shows Matt's somebody who uses humor to gloss over what he doesn't want to deal with. And yeah, I think he just, he of course made a joke out of it, but I love that the camera's focused in on him crumpling the picture, which was very much kind of how he felt about it. And then after he kind of is like, oh, whatever, he like basically lies in the fetal position, right? So yeah, I don't think he's handling it well. He's trying to doing what a lot of us are. It's like, okay, well, you were wrong about Rand dying, not about being stabbed. I mean, she wasn't really wrong. She just didn't interpret it entirely.
That's a great
Um,
take. That's a great take.
But I appreciate that he's at least maybe not successfully trying to be like, okay, maybe it's not really a noose. He's like, and the way he was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to take myself out. I'm like, there's other ways to get into a noose. Don't
Okay, so I have a question, Aisha. Do you rewatch these videos, or are all of these takes that you're getting like just your initial intuitive takes on watching the show, like one time through?
Well, usually whatever I'm thinking is in my reaction videos, so I try
Yeah.
to pick up quite a bit. But then when I edit it, I get to see more. So sometimes I catch even more when I'm going through it again, things that I might have missed when I'm talking through it. But I really try to. I'm someone like when I watch, I very much like try to watch the way I am. I'm very much a big picture kind of
Mhm.
person. I also look very much at body language. Like that's kind of what I focus on more so than the dialogue and stuff sometimes. Although that's why I have to keep the caps on too, because then I can kind of read through and my brain can lock it in a bit more than just hearing it. But yeah, that's kind of, I've been watching TV and movies a long time. So I
really love listening to people who, because all three of us, right? Dovey, Rob, and I all have book bias. I would say I just preconceived notions of what to
book
expect,
vision, yeah,
or
you
book
know,
vision, not bias
Yeah.
necessarily, because
I'm
I
definitely
think-
biased.
you're biased. Okay, so I personally try to separate my expectations from what I think is going to happen to what's going to be in the show. But I find I love watching and listening to people who don't have any kind of preconceived notions of what's going to happen. You're literally just along for the ride with like no expectations, no preconceived notions. But I feel like intuitively you pick up, and another channel that does this is EDN. They also just kind of like pick up intuitively on things that most people would just kind of like blow off as floof or not important. And I love that you are like so intuitively connected to things that are so important. And I'm not giving spoilers away, but like so many of the things that you say are so relevant to major things. And I love that so much. And it really resonates. I think that's why people who read the books love to watch content from people like you, because it's like how much of it is like, oh my God, are they going to be right? Are they going to be wrong? Are they like, how clued in are they? And I love it so much. So you truly are a gift to people. Like, I've been reading The Wheel of Time since 1991. I was 17 when I picked up the first book. It's been part of my life more than half of my life. And seeing people who have never read the literature embracing this and loving it and having a passion for it, it's such a breath of fresh air. And I know I appreciate content creators like you. And I'm sure that I'm not the only person who feels that way. So thank you so much. And I hope you love it as much as we do. Like, in the end result, like, it's 30 years of passion and wanting to see this brought to screen. And it's not a direct book to screen interpretation, but they're doing a great job with it. And I'm so grateful for people like you, because it just really reinvigorates the fan base in so many ways.
I love how perceptive some of you are. And I'm like, what? So yeah.
Thank you.
Like,
I think that's
amazing.
a testament.
I'm just going to put a
to-
compliment in the comments here, because if I say something about some of the things you said, I'm going to give shit away, you know?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. That was my really long-winded way of saying thank you so much for being awesome and being open to like reading, like looking into something that is an established IP in one space that's being converted to a new IP in another space, and embracing it and loving it and experiencing it with us who already love it. So thank you.
No, we're like, thank you very much. That was all very sweet. Thank you. Honestly, I've loved reading since I haven't read these, but I've loved reading. I've loved fantasy, and I've loved movies my whole life. And I feel like that's why, like, when people, initially, like, episode 1, that my first reaction were like, oh my God, Robert Jordan will be rolling in his grave, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, first of all, like, he'd collect his checks. Let's be real. He'd be like George Martin. He would collect his checks. That's what he would have done. Please. But second of all, I'm like, can we
his estate still is collecting the checks. Thank you.
Yes.
Exactly.
But I'm just like, let's just like take it in, because I've watched things that I've read books, and like I've been like, okay, but I guess because I not know enough, I understand enough that you can't show something the same way you would read something. Like,
right.
those two mediums are so different. And so when I see people say, like, I saw some of my comments be like, oh, the way Moiraine was saying that, everything she did was for nothing. That's not like her. Why would she say that? And I'm like, okay, I didn't read the books. I don't know. But I'm like, but as a viewer, it helps me understand, like, that Moiraine is frustrated, right? I understand that if you spent your 20 years of your life or your whole life thinking you had an objective just to find out it's not going to end the way you thought it was, yeah, you're going to throw a little bit of a tantrum, not because it's logical, but because that's how you feel. But I'm sure all the inner workings of Moiraine's brain you can read, but you can't put that in a 1 hour
But
episode.
you know what? Not to get spoilery, Moiraine very much feels the way book Moiraine is feeling the way show Moiraine is feeling. It's just maybe depicted a little bit differently, but that desperation that you're seeing is tangible. It's so real. It's valid.
Realistic.
100%
Exactly.
valid.
Realistic.
Yeah.
I felt that for her. I would feel the same way if you felt like you thought you were going somewhere and they're like, no. After years of preparing, no, you don't get to do that.
Do you think you'll ever read the books?
Yeah, I want to. I want to wait till, like, I'll probably start doing like book 1 now. The reason I didn't want to start is because I didn't know when they said they were putting them out of sequence. Yeah, I was like, oh, I might end up reading something that's gonna actually.
You definitely would have.
You would have for sure.
Yeah, so this is like mostly this season is hugely based on book 4, but there's indications that next season would have stuff from book 3.
Yeah, 100%.
So
you can safely read books 1 and 2 at this point, I would think.
Yes, I would agree with that.
But I would think you would want to wait. But so that's awesome. I hope that you do content that is related to, like, I'm a show watcher and I am starting to read the books. I would love to watch a series from you on that. I think that would be amazing. So
absolutely so.
Yeah.
To get back to
the show. I'm sorry. I got on a tangent. I'm really good at tangenting.
Look, I don't invite people on I don't think are awesome. So, that's why Aisha's here. Like, the reactions are awesome. So You know, it's quite right that we, you know, that she should be celebrated. But the stuff with the White Cloaks and Perrin and that, like, you know, and what the White Cloaks did to a character, shall we say? Firstly, did you see it coming?
Yes,
of course you did. He was there in season 2. He's going to be there in season 3.
What I didn't see coming, and I didn't even think of, was one of the twins, or possibly both of them, being able to channel. That was a what? Whoa! But yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I knew I had a very strong suspicion she was going to be hurt at the very least, because Valda was foaming at the mouth every 5 minutes. Hey, Dane, can I hurt them now? How about now? After dinner? Maybe after dinner at breakfast? Can I just break a finger? Can I do something? Like, oh, and then even after that, after he did all that, he's like, you know, that whole burning and watching this woman scream in agony to death, that was just an appetizer. Let's go find a real channel. Which, I mean, listen, Alana.
Yeah.
Even I knew watching this, I'm like, did y'all see the way, and I don't know if they did it on purpose, but you see the way she was channeling, when she said, I'm going to do a little bit of cover so that these people can, you know, do what they need to do. I thought she meant, like, let me throw a couple clouds up there so that the moon isn't so, she put in 6 months worth of fog. I'm like, of course they knew that there was some witchery afoot.
She ain't subtle.
Can't even see in front of my face now.
I can't even. Oh my Lord.
Green Aes Sedai, they ain't subtle. All right. So, you know.
Gotcha. Dobie can attest.
Not our strong suit.
No.
And it was all like coming from one place too. Like you could see exactly where the pinpoint. And I was like, oh girl. But you know what? She had a fight with her man, so I'm like, she wasn't thinking straight. That's what I'll give her.
Yeah.
Fair.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. What about Maxim?
What about Maxim?
Why are men so dramatic?
Men are stupid, right? Men are stupid and dramatic.
Intelligence and you know, keeping it chill. It's just not our strong suit. Okay, it's not our specialties.
At least you're owning that, Rob. At least you're not.
I'm at the front of the queue when it comes to saying men suck. I've got to be honest. You know,
I'm not even gonna go that far. I'm just like, but bro, I'm like, it's just the way he's kind of like. First of all, trying to tell her what to do. Since when has their relationship dynamic ever been that? That was cute, though. It's like, all right. But then it just, his whole thing about like, all I ever cared about was like, Ivan, oh yeah, and I guess you a little. And like, now that he's gone, I have no purpose in life. Like, bro, can we expand? I need you to widen your lens.
But don't forget the baker. Don't forget the baker.
Yeah, like, get the baker. You know, yeah. But have you tried the bread? You know, sorry, like bonk, bonk, bonk. You know,
man wanting gourmet cuisine in this tiny town. But I was just like, bro, I just needed him to take a step back. Like and I mean, I know it's realistic to grief, but he's just being so selfish about it right now. And I'm just like, can you let Alana do her job, bro? She's got things to do other than like, and this is not her, like, sadly, it's not her first rodeo losing a ward or a lover. And
true.
like,
very fair. Very
I
fair.
get the sense that while maybe she was Ivan's, like, you know, one true, I don't think that was necessarily her feeling. You know, I feel like she was like, yeah, I like this guy, but I don't get the sense that it was mutually, we can't live without each other. It was more like Ivan being like, I want that, and Maxim being like, I want that. And she was like, yay, 2 for 1. So
2 for 1.
Gotta love a 2 for 1, you know.
So I have a question. As a show watcher, you saw when Natty, the mom, pretended to be the person who cast Weave. It was clear that it came from one of the girls. And she's like, it was me, I did it. And Dane pulls her out and gives her to Valda. So I really thought it would have been way more of an impact if when Perrin and company were getting there, they heard her scream, because you didn't hear anything, right? Like
Right.
the daughters were like, they took her that way. They didn't even hear her scream. And you find her, she's been burned at the stake, right? Like literally has probably been dead for minutes. Do you think that might have been a little bit of a fumble? There would there, as a show viewer, would there have been more emotional payoff for you if you would have heard like a scream or something as they were going in on that scene? Would that have been more riveting for you?
I mean, I feel like, yeah, I guess it would have a bit more impact. Like for myself personally, I feel like I think there's, and this is a personal preference, that there's kind of a line as far as how much torture porn we need to see, especially
True.
when it's women
Fair.
being tortured. And we saw in
Fair.
season 1 how cruel Valda is. Like, so it's not like we don't have an idea of how much he probably enjoyed that.
That's
But
a
I
good
think,
take. That's a good take.
yeah, but that's just me. Like, I feel like we already saw like all of season 2 almost was just us watching Elaine get. So I'm like, we get the point. But I think also for what followed, right? Because we saw that Perrin almost lost his ish at seeing the wolves being decapitated and stuff, right? So seeing that, then seeing this person that he cared for like that, I think if they'd had that, like we already saw how shaky the plan was in execution. I think if that had happened, you know, glowing eyes, wolves from God knows where flowing, like this would have been more chaos, and we didn't have the manpower nor the backup plan to do all that. So we needed to get the girls out. So because of how it precipitated, if we were looking for like a full-on all-out battle type of thing, then yes, that would have been the right thing. But that wasn't what we wanted here, right? This is supposed to be a discreet, heavy on the fake miss discreet operation.
Fog it up, baby. Fog it up. You know.
I 100% respect that point of view, because honestly, from watching it from a show standpoint, comparing it to like what you talked about with him burning the yellow Aja Aes Sedai and eating the squab in season 1, right? Like watching her burn and hearing her scream, I thought that it lacked authenticity, not hearing that, at least peripherally. But hearing what you said, that gives me new context to like go back and rewatch and kind of like digest it from a different point of view, because what you said actually makes sense. And because I thought it was lacking. I was like, it would have been so much more, it would have made sense to hear her suffering, at least in the periphery, not necessarily as like a main focal point. But hearing you say that, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that scene again, because that's a great take on that. So
I would counter that if she is willing to sacrifice her own life for this, she's also willing, has the strength to not scream and not leave her daughter scarred with that terrible.
She might have held it in. She may have held it in. Very good point.
Oh my gosh, her stoicism to the end.
And that would have actually
Like,
pissed
knew
Valda off
they
more.
would have been
It
able
would
to hear
have pissed
her.
Valda. Oh,
and also
that might have been why he didn't feel satiated and why he wanted to go after the other. He's like, I didn't get what I wanted from her.
this
And
is
then we
why
saw
these
he-
conversations need to happen, because you have your own preconceived notion of what you think has to happen. So I have two different points of view that end in the same place, but are so freaking valid. Like, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
I'm gonna pass that along to Juliet. I'm gonna tell her, be like, hey, we talked about your death of
Rob,
Valda's
tell
hands.
Aisha who Juliet is.
So
Share
Juliet Howland is the actress who plays Natty Coffin. I'm lucky enough to have met her. I was lucky enough to be invited to the season 1 premiere in London back in 21. I'd already spoken to her online because of a song parody I'd made, and she was there, and actually, like, we were sat basically next to each other type thing. So I actually got to meet her and talk to her and chat, and like we've interacted on off over the years because I support one of the charities and things like that. So like on Thursday when I watched this, I was like, I cannot believe they killed. I was not happy. I was screaming at my camera. I was like, my reaction video starts with me just going, no, you know, like that. But I messaged about it. I was like, I was really sad, and you know, so on and so forth. So I will actually put this forward and be like, we speculated and decided that you didn't want to traumatize your girls any more than they already were being, and thus to piss off even Valda, you were stoic and did not give him any screams as he did his nasty thing.
I
this.
love it. I love it. What a great take.
Yeah.
And that would probably explain why he was so intent on hurting Alana as much as he did, not just taking her out, because he had the drop on her.
Yeah.
He did. He did.
So he made sure she sucks. I'm like, you know,
But
I
we
like
know
that.
he's a sadist, right? Like he's literally a sadist in the worst way. So
And a coward too. Oh, I
And
cannot
a
wait to get this
coward.
caught.
Oh yeah, because he runs off at the end, like, or disappears.
Yeah,
just
he did. He
disappears.
wasn't there. I noticed. I counted. I'm like, wait, is
Yeah.
Valda there? And I was so mad he wasn't. And even when was it last season when he got pounced on and he was like, "Oh God, protect me!"
No. Rob, Patrick Lightbody, comment.
Oh, Rob and Natty have an online henship. Oh my god. So Natty, Juliet supports a chicken rescue charity, and they purchase hens that have gotten to the end of their life, according to egg layer farmers, and they purchase them and rehome them with people who keep chickens just in their homesteads or whatever, as opposed to them just being sent off for meat farming or incineration or whatever they feel is the appropriate cause at that moment. And we, at my convention every year, we raise money to help them buy extra cages so they can rescue even more chickens each time. So yeah, that's it's a head news thing. It's a headship thing. Yeah, it's quite funny. But anyway, digressing. I will pass that along to Juliet because I'm sure she will appreciate that, because she did comment. She's like, it's not quite the redemption arc that she'd hoped her character would end up getting. It is still a redemption arc, but not quite the one she hoped.
Much better than season 1. Yes, where she abandoned
she
the
had
girls.
the redemption in the dream. In Matt's dream.
And Matt's dream.
All I thought about was Matt doesn't know.
Yes,
doesn't
exactly.
know.
That had all of us crying. So yeah. Yeah.
I like this comment here that said the wolf heads are about Valda's fear of wolves. I think it's also Dane though, because that's kind of what it precipitated his dad's death, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it could be either or both.
Yeah. It could be either or both. Absolutely. So.
Oh, and also the fact that Hopper was in Karen's
yeah.
dreams.
Yeah, the Hopper.
We love Hopper.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Fael and Perrin? Perrin's dream of Fael with him.
It looks like a man who has his priorities straight and a functioning brain. That's what I saw.
Oh my God, you are such a queen. I love you so much.
He said yes
right now.
Let's face it, when she got that second blade up to his throat, he was like, he was choking on the "marry me." But
I mean, I'm sorry, if I tried to manhandle a woman like that and then she just like out of nowhere whipped out a second, I'd be like, yeah, so you're a keeper, like that's
I mean, Rob, you know how you feel about spears and knives because of Threefold Talk and your ongoing relationship with the maidens who are currently on your live stream.
Yeah,
week after week after week.
So gives me flashbacks to Nynaeve and Lan in the first season.
Oh
where, she's like, I'm gonna stab you. And he's just like, no, you ain't. And then she tries, and he's like, oh, you actually tried to do it, And you can tell he's like, oh, I like this, like
when he was doing the dancing again with Avienda, I'm like, Avienda, this is foreplay for Lan. Be careful now. He likes this stuff. He was giggling for a reason.
Yeah,
I should already open. Let's go.
Oh my God, I'm so here for it.
Who can't be happy for an hour, like
oh Lord have mercy. I am so here. This is foreplay. Oh my God.
Look, that is foreplay for Lan.
I mean, Aisha, you have no idea.
Speaking of Lan.
Oh my God.
Speaking of Lan, side note, I really liked because I never really thought about it till we saw that scene, that very brief scene with him talking with Miss I like to have my chest out. I'm glad she's closed this episode.
Oh, Melindra.
Yes. The fact that he actually had someone to talk to about his home, because like he doesn't really have that with I guess my question is, so the person who raised him is from Malkia, or maybe from another
so his and I don't consider this a spoiler to tell you. So his history is when his country was being overrun and was falling, he was sent away. Obviously he was the prince, so he was sent away with bodyguards to protect him, like to live on, and the armies of Malkia went to try and fight, and Malkia obviously didn't survive. He was raised by the last of those bodyguards that made it to the next country, which I think was Kandor. I'm not sure, but one of the other borderland countries, and then was raised by the remaining bodyguards that had survived. And there are Malkiri people throughout the Borderlands and other places like that's in the books, but he's, like you see in the show, very much just like Moiraine's my mission. I'm just doing that. So he doesn't, he avoids the Malkir thing. It's again very, very obvious in the show. Like that hasn't changed for him. But yeah, he's like he was raised by bodyguards in essence.
Okay.
So which is why he's so good at weapons, because like as soon as he could hold anything, they were like, well, you need to be an expert in this now. So he was just like, when most kids have toys and rattles and bikes and whatever, he was swords and fighting and hunting and all the things. So Shina, thank you.
I imagine it's very similar to people who emigrate to another country and they're not necessarily around their culture, so they strive to seek out to get connection with as much of their culture as they can. He has a respect for it. He understands it. He knows what it is to actually meet somebody who has that same identity and experience. It's resonating with him.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's all the more because he can't go back, right? It's not
exactly.
like,
he cannot
you
go
can't
back.
just go back and visit. So the reason I asked
he
about
could, but he might die. And
yeah,
he could, but
it's pretty overgrown with like monster trees and
not a great idea. Like you wouldn't want to go there on a weekend visit. Like
it's not a picnic spot. So
exactly.
But yeah, the reason I was asking about who raised him is because I'm like, were they not able to tell him more about it? But maybe they just didn't. Maybe it was painful for them to talk about it.
I think the Lan thing is seeking connection. Like he has the head knowledge, but he's not really. He doesn't have the people. Because if you remember in season 1, he when Nynaeve was kind of spying on him. And he went, and the people in Faldara, there was like a Malkiri family that was sharing the meal together, and he was part of that. Culturally, that was very important to him, and that was people he considered as family. He doesn't have that connection with very many people. So when somebody shows up in front of him who is of his people and culture, he's going to gravitate towards that because it's a missing link for him. It's something that connection that has strived. So I think that's why kind of like this bond with Melindra is kind of forming with Lan.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily like he doesn't know who he is or where he comes from. It's more he's striving to maintain that connection with somebody else who's also missing home, basically. Yeah.
So like, and the fun connection to the books, the guy in that family that he goes and has dinner with in the first season, he's named Bukama, which is the name of the last bodyguard that's alive.
One of the bodyguards who raised him.
Yeah,
so it's somebody who
it doesn't match up. Doesn't match up with like, they don't go and have dinner one night in the books, for example.
Right.
The timelines don't exactly match up of when Bukama is and isn't around.
But it's a name drop.
But it's a name drop.
Relevance.
For relevance.
Yes.
It's like a last connection to that, which is a really sweet moment. So.
Well, that's what I was saying. That
quick pet break because I got
my hamster's awake.
He woke up.
He's awake.
I just heard him walking around, so I brought him out to say hello.
Oh
no!
Is he an albino?
It's the Blackthorn. Yes, he's albino.
I love that.
He's a little angel. He's super cute and he's super stupid, and I love it.
Aww! So
like
he's a typical
boy.
I don't mean to say that in a bad way, Rob. No offense. He's a boy.
He is a boy.
He's a boy.
It's okay. It's
anyway, that's all.
Fine.
Just say hello.
I love it.
Hello.
So,
I was just gonna say that's what I kind of like. Though you mentioning those things is why I said I understand when you have a TV adaptation, for example. That dinner scene didn't happen, but we needed to understand more of where Lan was coming from, how his connections work, and short of having a long conversation of exposition, which is okay sometimes. Show me, give me an idea so I can intuit what's happening there. So that's why I'm when people are like, oh, this didn't happen or this, I'm like, yeah, but how do you, sometimes you have to figure out a creative way to display 2 chapters of a book that is not just someone's thinking or a long conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right, we are coming to the sort of the end of our time here. Aisha, is there anything from the episode you're like, I really want to talk about this before we go?
I guess my only, and this is probably speculation, is that I kind of, maybe more of a wish list actually, is that I kind of feel like Nynaeve would benefit from being with is it the sea folk?
The sea
As
folk?
they call them?
Yeah.
Something about, I think the way that I think they're locking into the fact that the tower way is not working for Nynaeve. And I just love the fact that, they just, I think I said this in my reaction, is that Nynaeve, I think, really thinks that she's this locked up dark mystery person that no one can figure. And the fact that this lady read her down, like within 2 minutes of meeting her, the same way Lan, the same way Swan, it's like, girl, you're an open book, just so you know. But I think she just figured out like everything. I loved all of her comparisons about how she's like, you're on a boat trying to be a tree on a moving, like a steadfast tree when something that's moving, you need to loosen up. You need to, you're trying to fight the destiny that you're on rather than going with the flow. That's why your friend here is not sick, because she's riding the wave and you're not. So I think maybe someone like that, like if she was with someone else who kind of, first of all, is like, you don't have to channel the way that, because we saw the tower training wasn't working for her. Like it just isn't walking into Nynaeve the same way it did for Egwene. So I think, yeah, maybe these different channelers who are a little bit more unorthodox, and that line that there's more than one way to be a channeler and more than one way to be a woman, that seems right up her alley. So yeah, I would love to see that. I think she needs some alternate training.
Love that idea.
I agree with that. That's great. Yeah, she is an open book. She's the physical representation of that meme. It's like, trying to keep my face clear while people are doing stupid things in front of me, and then my face is actually just like, she's just that physical personification. It's like, don't say anything because of the idiots doing idiot things in front of you, and then my face when that happens is just like, and stuff like that. It's a good meme. Deadsy says, is Aisha on every week? If not, make it happen. And as I've already said, you're welcome every time. I love hearing this. In fact, not just during seasons, you should be welcome back just anytime I'm doing things. You're like, hey Rob, I want to come hang out if you're doing something. So yeah,
especially as you read the books, 100%.
Oh yeah, right? When you start reading the books, if you want to hang out like on your channel, my channel, like whatever, like I'd love to hang out and chat about them because this is so much fun. And thank you, Beth.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I fully believe in sharing the love. Like, I have been so fortunate in my own journey streaming. So Aisha, I play video games on Twitch. That's my social media like content. Nice. And I've been very blessed with that. So if I can share the love a little bit to my Wheel of Time friends, Rob has been very generous to me, especially this month. So I'm going to share the love back to Rob. So
very
wonderful. I got to look you up because I play video games myself, but I haven't.
You really?
I'm a nerd, please.
I mean, like right here, that's me.
Do you know what?
I'm doing a partner push on Twitch. Starting April 1st, I'm going to try to get Twitch partner by the end of the summer. So, yeah, that's me.
Amazing.
We talk about Wheel of Time on my Twitch streams as well. Oh my God, yes.
We need to organize this.
We absolutely.
Oh no, we
organize
did this last week.
This.
Didn't this,
right
this
here.
happen? Did we have Shanice on last week?
No, I don't. Shanice was not here. I was here last week. Shanice was not here last week.
Okay, so Shanice does. I had Shanice for something else, and she was explaining herself to someone. Then I remember she was. Shanice does. It's on a hiatus at the moment, but she does a podcast called What in Color, and it's. I feel like she was on, but you.
I was here last week when Aisha came on, and Shanice was not on last week. Sharnice was not here last week when Aisha was here. I was here.
Okay, doesn't matter. Anyway.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Aisha, do you have a favorite character and who is it and why?
Her audio conked out. She just put a message in.
Oh no.
Excited. Can you say that again?
Yeah. I was asking if you have a favorite character and why.
In the show? What?
Yeah.
I think my favorite at the moment is still I think it's still Nynaeve. Nynaeve kind of just hit me from season one. I'm loving watching her. I wish we got a little bit more of her development, but I'm really loving watching her. But yeah, she's probably number one.
2 weeks ago.
And I'd say, is there a second for me right now? Actually, I think my second is probably Perrin. Yeah.
I love you, Aisha, so much. Like I stand you,
Back at you.
like on a total level of like. And so it's 2 weeks ago. Sharnice was on.
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Apparently.
Yeah, when Shanice was here, so it was great.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you so much again for joining us, Aisha. Thank you, Beth, for coming back again, and Dovi. It's been a long time since you've been on. It's great to have you back again. So we will have more fun again next week. But in the meantime, go over to Aisha's channel and subscribe. I'm going to put the link into episode 5's
100%.
episode 5's reaction, but obviously subscribe to the whole channel while you're there, folks. And yeah. I'll be
watch
back.
Beth play games.
Yeah, watch me
watch
play
that,
games.
yeah.
I'm currently obsessed
Twitch.
with Marvel Rivals. I've been deranking.
I hear her complaining about Groot a lot, complaining
Groot.
constantly about Groot.
I am Groot.
I've been there. Yeah,
You
I've been
have?
playing.
Okay, Aisha, we have to talk. We have to talk,
Yeah.
friends. We have
I love
to
that,
talk.
indeed.
100%. I'm
But
also I'm replaying The Last of Us Part 2 because season 2
Show's
is coming
about to
out
kick
on
off.
HBO. It's
Yeah,
about to kick
that's-
off.
that's my next watch. Do you know what? Okay, I'm going to reveal a secret here.
I have an entire playlist of The Last of Us Part 2 on my YouTube channel. I played it a couple years ago when it first came out. If you want to watch the gameplay of the game before you watch the show and you want spoilers, you have to be emotionally prepared for season 2. You have to be. You
All right.
you need to know what you're getting into before you start watching it. I'm just saying.
Beth, we got to wrap it up.
Love you so much. Sorry. I'm
It's
done.
okay. Yeah.
What was the
check out-
secret, Rob? You had a secret.
Oh
I have
yeah.
a
So
secret.
I was doing I forgot I was going to say that. I was doing reaction videos to season 1 of The Last of Us, and I hit huge tech issues from like episode 3 up to episode 7, and my edit's just not working out. I had like sound things that didn't record, voice didn't, all sorts of things that just went wrong. And I stopped. Yeah, yeah, blame it on Boulder.
Pedro.
I
You
s-
have
I
to
s-
re-record them for Poppy Pedro.
Well,
You
no,
need Poppy
because like they
Pedro
won't be real
representation.
because it won't be my real reactions, and that's important to me. So, but I stopped
True.
at 7 because I'm like, I don't want to keep recording and like still be working on episode 3 weeks later. This is silly, and in the process, never actually finished season 1
What?
Like watching it at all?
at all. Yeah,
You didn't
Okay.
watch the last episodes of season 1?
I've missed 8. Is it 8 and 9? There's 9 episodes. Does that sound right?
Okay, Rob, you
8.
are in the doghouse.
Ladies and
right
gents,
now.
thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, check out my podcast, Freewheeling, that comes out every Wednesday. Join me on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern for the Threefold Talk, and just be your wonderful selves out there, folks. And that's it before Beth kills me. Bye.